looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. You found out that nobody is perfect, and you doubt that anything is worth it. Look around, the world is a circus, you're on blue. So provoking, I forgot to mention, are you joking? I need some attention, and nothing's working to change your direction. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you? Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Why won't you hold my hand? Are you gonna deny this? Do the best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you are confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it. I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Starting to enjoy the view. I'm all about the altitude. Who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you? Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
dude, Minnesota's going crazy. It's pretty wild to think about like all the shit they're going through, dude. Oh, Nashville, let's go. Oh, how am I doing? Dude, I'm fucking tired, bro. Dude, my sleep schedule is so messed up. Yeah, I'm all over the map. It took a long time to make that 𝗙𝗎𝗪 video. It was a journey. It was a journey. Dude, I do still have the echo on. I'm not done with the echo. We're getting there. We're almost done with the echo. I just want to hear like a bar or two of this. Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Let's go! I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, let's go. Oh shit, dude, we're gonna cut it right there. I mean, we could go the whole time, but like, dude, we gotta get rolling. Oh man, my sleep schedule is fucking jacked, bro. I'm like sleeping like 3 hours here, sleeping like 3 hours there, sleeping a couple hours here, not sleeping, yada yada yada. Dude, I'm all over the map. And you know, one thing I will start with, hold on one sec, to get that going. One thing I will start with is that I did not realize exactly where we were at with the Epstein situation. Okay? And so what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that this dump that they just did, data set, 9, 10, and 11, and then data set 12, that's it. That's all they plan on releasing. Okay? According to them, I didn't put it together. I started seeing, these like AI summaries saying, oh, the final Epstein release. And then I started putting what Todd Blanche into perspective, where I think they're just done. I think they're considering this to be it. Even though there's still like 2 million documents, okay? 2 million more, right? And he gave this little disclaimer of like, they're holding the 𝗙𝗍𝗪. They're not going to put this violent stuff out. But I think that the reality is this is where they plan on getting off, right? No more charges. This is the thing. Now, here's the issue I have, okay? They can't stop here. I mean, because at this point, we don't even know what this investigation consisted of. Because think about this, guys. Think about what a large amount of the Epstein files released so far have been. And what have they been? They've been tip reports, okay? So you have a person call in, or a person like meets with an FBI agent and they say, hey, so-and-so happened, blah, blah, blah. And you have the tip report. This is the more salacious shit. You got babies getting thrown overboard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the problem. Did the FBI investigate all that shit or not? Because if they didn't investigate it, they get, a 500 tip reports, and they didn't investigate it, then this whole investigation is not over, right? You know what I'm saying? Like in a regular murder investigation, you may get 8,000 tip reports or whatever, but they go through and they investigate every single one in order to check it off and be like, yes, there's no credence there. No, that never happened, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so they essentially want to release, hundreds of FBI tip reports, but 0% of the supposed FBI investigation and the follow-up on those reports. I don't see how they're like, I don't even see how they think they're going to pull this off. You know what I'm saying? And dude, that's the other half of the files, presumably. I mean, we don't even know, right? Jenny's been downloading this stuff, and there are still documents in there, guys, that are like 50 pages of solid black, right? Where the entire pages, there's documents, full documents, 40 pages, 50 pages, 60 pages, where the entire thing's just redacted. And what even is that? That's not the redactions that are supposed to be followed by law. By law, they can redact the victim's name. They can redact, identifying details, workplaces, their associate names, etc., things that might lead you to the victims. So, dude, this shit is just whacked out. Okay? This shit is whacked out. I think they're trying to pull the wool over us right in front of everybody, right out in the open. They're like, oh, here we go. We held this shit for a month. Now we're releasing millions of documents, but guess what? We're not really releasing any of the investigation. We're releasing a bunch of salacious tip reports, a bunch of things that will be easily refutable or easily deniable. But the fact that I don't think they plan on releasing anything else is now a problem for me. That is a big problem for me, guys, because this cannot end here. There are too many unanswered questions. There are too many people caught in lies. There are too many, outrageous allegations that are not being followed up, and we're not seeing any of the investigative work. And so we need to put the pressure on. And in addition, when we take back the House, they need to go through and they need to, like, when they take back the House, they need to continue this investigation and not let it rest. What can we do? So, the number one thing we can do is we have to take back the House, because that is the investigative body. So we do have to win the House back at all costs. Like, at all costs. Beg, steal, or borrow. We have to win the House back. That's number one. Because then at least the Oversight Committee can go in and explore this. Now, we did get a little bit of good news, guys, yesterday. Some more good news. I have not watched Bannon's Epstein interview, but I downloaded it, so I have it on the hard drive. If it gets wiped from YouTube, we will at some point watch that. We're not going to get into it tonight. But guys, there was some good news here, and this was the Texas election yesterday. Okay? Look at this shit, dude. You ready? Okay, so here was Trump yesterday. You ready? Look at this. Today is the day, right? This was him yesterday. Today is the day. To all voters in Texas's 9th state Senate district, get out and vote for a phenomenal candidate, 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗡. Right? She is, dude, what is that name, bro? She is a highly successful entrepreneur and an incredible supporter of our movement to make America great again. 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀. My very good friend, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, needs a strong conservative Republican in SD9, right, to keep Texas red. The radical left Democrats are spending a fortune to beat a true MAGA warrior, 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀, right? You can win this election for Lee, who has my complete and total endorsement. Polls close at 7. Get out the vote for 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀. Find your polling location here. Lee will never let Texas or the USA down. President DJT. Now, guys, we should point out that this is a Trump plus 17 district. Okay, guys? Trump won this district by 17 points. Okay? You know what I mean? By 17 points. Dude, you ready? Look at this shit. Okay? Let's look at this was a Trump plus 17 district. All right. Let's find it. Right there. You ready? Dude. Oh, I think I have it on my page. This is amazing, dude. Dude, Trump plus 17. Trump was selling it, right? He was selling this shit. There he is, dude. Democrat Taylor Raymet has just been projected the winner of the Texas SD9 election, flipping a district that went Trump plus 17 and hasn't elected a Democrat since 1991, guys. Dude, Trump plus 17, it's been 35 years since a Democrat won that. And Trump personally endorsed 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀, and fucking, they got hammered, bro. Just hammered. Dude, isn't that nuts? That is nuts. And today, they asked Trump about this. You ready? Look at this. Look at him. Look at him, bro. Dude, what a douche. Dude, da, 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 da. Did I hear hammer time? Dan, 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 dan. Can't touch this. Let's go. Oh, they asked him. Look at this. You ready? Right? We saw his endorsement, guys. Are you there with me? We just read Trump's endorsement. So we know, dude, 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗡, right? All right, here's what Trump said when asked about it today. You ready, Trumpy? Oh, please don't ask me about Lee. What's her name? All right, here we go.
Mr. President, Texas, a Democrat won your special election in an area that you had won by 17 points. What is your reaction to that?
I don't know. I didn't hear about it. Somebody ran where?
Special election for legislative
The
seat.
9th state Senate seat.
I'm not involved in that. That's a local Texas race.
Did you endorse the Republican?
You mean I won by 17 and this person lost? Things like that happen.
Were you about the
Well, you don't know whether or not it's transferable. You know, I'm not on the ballot, so you don't know whether or not it's transferable. But you put the Democrat.
Dude, you see that? He's like, oh, I don't know nothing about that. Oh, an election. I never heard about election. But like, wait a sec, Trumpy, dude, you never heard about an election? Like, wait, what are we doing here? Hold on, Trumpy. Hold on. Let me get the window correct. Oh, yeah. What? Was there an election? A local Texas thing? Who was running? I'd never heard anything about that, dude.
That's a local Texas race. Where?
in Texas?
He's
Somebody
like,
ran.
where? Somebody ran?
What is your reaction to
I
that?
don't know. I didn't hear about it. Somebody ran where?
Texas.
Somebody ran.
The 9th state Senate seat.
I'm not involved in that. That's a local Texas race.
Oh, somebody ran? Yeah. Oh, it was Lee. What's her name ran? Oh, I'm not involved in that. Oh, whoopsie.
You mean I won by 17 and this person lost? Things like that happen.
Oh,
Does it worry you about the
Well, you don't know whether or not it's transferable. You know, I'm not on the ballot, so you don't know whether or not it's transferable. But, you know, you put the Democrats in, you'll end up with open borders again. You'll end up with crime all over the place. We have no crime anymore. I mean, think of it.
dude, we have no crime anymore, guys. Did you hear about that? Dude, no crime. Guys, crime has been fucking, removed. Crime over. Dude, crime has been cut like your power bill, guys. Right? Your electric bill over. Climate change over. Border never existed. Crime gone. Dude, no crime. Oh, shit. Shit, dude. Oh, I didn't realize that. Well, then I guess we don't need police anymore if there's no crime.
The country is the lowest crime it's had in 125 years. In recorded history. The year 1900. That's a long time ago. So it's very good. No, I don't know anything about it. I didn't know. I mean, I know there's a race going there. And it's too bad. What can I say? I have nothing to do with it. Yeah. Dude,
he is torqued, bro. Look at him, bro. Look at him. He is torqued. Dude, the neck gina is like so taut. I swear you couldn't fit a pipe cleaner in there, boss. That shit is tighter than a nun's ass, bro. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Dude, oh, Lord. Dude, he is torqued. Oh, I don't know anything about it. What? There was a race? Oh, wait. What state? Texas? I've never heard of it. He's like, Texas? What is a Texas? Dude, that is like, though, in all seriousness, though, I know he's out there. The neck gina is closing up. He is like pretending he doesn't know that Texas exists. But Republican election strategists are shitting themselves, guys. They have to be shitting themselves because that is not a good sign. Okay? Can we look at the candidate? I want to see who their candidate was. 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗆. This is her. Oh my God. Is that fucking Liz Wheeler? Dude, why do they always look like this, bro? Like all of the Republican women are like the same fucking, they're all like one thing, dude. You know what I'm saying? All she has is a LinkedIn photo. Dude, every photo is 200 by 200. Everybody was, there we go. There's 𝗙𝗎𝗋𝗆, right? School safety. Dude. Oh, shit, bro. Dude, Stepford, bro. They're all like that. Like, when I first saw her photo, I thought it was Liz Wheeler, okay? I mean, look at her. Dude, you ready? So here we go. We got 𝗙𝗎𝗋𝗆, and then we got Liz Wheeler. Tell me they're not the same woman, dude. Right? Or no, not Liz Wheeler, Liz Churchill. Maybe that was the one. No, it's Liz Wheeler. Hold on. Yeah, that's her. I mean, same girl, isn't it? Dude, it's the same person. Like, they're all like the same modified version of the same, like, facial structure. You know what it is? You know how you go in video games, you play like a sports game and you pull up a face and then you get to like widen the nose or change the cheekbones and shit. You try to make the guy character look like you, right? And like, dude, they're all with the same facial model. The only difference is like how much Botox have you added to it, right? It's like all the same, the exact same fucking, you know, it's all the exact same look, dude. Right? I mean, there she is, dude. Right? That's her.
There is an element of trust.
Jesus, she's loud, bro. Do we have one that's not a video? I really don't want to hear her voice. Her voice is like so grating. Dude, that's totally her, man. I know, dude, her voice is wild. You know what my favorite shot of Liz Wheeler is, though, guys? Can I just show you? I do have a favorite photo of Liz Wheeler. My favorite photo of Liz Wheeler is definitely this one, okay? Remember? Right? Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Remember that? Oh, shit. Dude, what are we doing? There we go. There we go. 𝗙𝗏𝗡𝗆𝗀? Liz Wheeler. Oh, look at that. Who was the finalist in Oklahoma culture? Who? 𝗏𝗡𝗆𝗀? And is 𝗙𝗏𝗡𝗆𝗀 a Moms for Liberty? I mean, she seems like a Moms for Liberty, right? Dude, she is the chief communications officer of Patriot Mobile. Yikes, dude. It also looks like she's using a photograph on her LinkedIn of her like 30 years ago, right? That's what we got, dude, right? It was 𝗏𝗡𝗆𝗀 was a finalist in Miss Oklahoma. And she was credited in a slasher film. Dude, so she's a failed actress, right? I swear to you guys, this is wild, okay? Because I don't know if you guys have noticed. But there is a large contingent of failed Hollywood people that end up resentful right-wingers. And then the right wing like hates Hollywood, but they're all like people that tried to be successful in Hollywood and they failed and then they never got over the resentment, right? It is a really common thing. Ben Shapiro, right? 𝗙𝗏𝗡𝗆𝗀, you know, it was the same with Erica Kirk, all of these people. Right? You know, I mean, J.D. Vance, he actually had a little bit of success with Hillbilly Elegy, but right, he did. The movie got made out of it, but I don't think he ever took off in Hollywood, right? He even had a success with the movie. Schneider, Crowder, Michael Knowles, all of them. Yeah, Bannon wanted to be a producer. They're all like, you know, fucking, dude, I swear, all of them. Scott Baio, Jesus. Dude, like, mine eyes. Kirk Cameron? Oh, dude. Dude, Kirk Cameron, dude. He is, like, crazy. Like, dude, he went off the rocker, bro. James Woods, yeah, another one. Dude, Sorbo? Like, all of them, dude. They all are failed Hollywoods. Adam Carolla, that's right. Dude, all of them, dude. It's wild, bro. It is wild that the pipeline of like failed actor or writer or producer to right winger, it is almost like that pipeline is almost as steady and as solid as Grapist to MAGA, right? The number one pipeline is grapist to MAGA, right? That is the pipeline that it doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. Once you get that grape charge, you are a Republican in like 3, 2, 1. Hello. Hey, guys. Dude, I just can't be a Democrat anymore. Why? Because I got a grape charge like 10 minutes ago. So now I have decided the Democrats are unfair. They called me a rapist, right? So you have the grapist to MAGA pipeline, and then the number 2 is failed Hollywood to pipeline. The failed Hollywood to MAGA pipeline. Oh, that's wild. Dude, 𝗙ecie, Richard Dreyfuss. Dude, Richard Dreyfuss, that guy, dude, I have some personal issues with Richard Dreyfuss. Okay, is he a MAGA guy too? Because he used to come into Jerry's Deli all the time, and dude, nobody wanted to wait on him because he was so cheap. Dude, he was so cheap. He was him and his fucking woman would like run you around. They'd ask for a soda, you bring it back. Oh, I need another straw. You bring it back. Every time you went to the table, they would send you for something else. And then at the end of it, you knew it'd be like a $110 meal and you knew you were getting $5. So like Dreyfuss would walk in and everybody would try to like pawn him off onto, you know, like a new server or something. Nobody wanted to wait on him. I don't know if he's MAGA. Somebody mentioned him. Is Richard Dreyfuss MAGA? Let's see. Yeah, it says, based on recent public comments and actions, Dreyfuss has expressed views that align with conservative, anti-woke, anti-DEI sentiments, but he does not explicitly say MAGA, so he's probably calling himself a libertarian. Dude, what a dink, bro. He was in 2024, he was at a Jaws screening in Massachusetts, and he made misogynist, anti-LGBTQ, and anti-trans comments, complained about Me Too, and criticized parents supporting transgender children if they have them. Dude, what a dink, bro. Right? What a dink. Yeah. All right, there you go. Dude, and he was a never Trump, but then he switched over, dude. He changed teams. But yeah, he was cheap though, bro. Dude, I waited on him several times. Never liked that guy, boss. I never liked, there were some cheapies. Dude, is Charlie Sheen MAGA? See, Charlie Sheen, I waited on him, and he was actually really cool, though. He was. Dude, Charlie Sheen was cool. He was super cool. Dude, the Quaid brothers. So I worked with Dennis Quaid and Randy Quaid's younger brother, guys. Okay, you ready? You want to see him? His name is Buddy Quaid. Okay? Dude, right here. Dude, Buddy Quaid. Right here, this guy. Dude, right there, bro. I worked with him at Jerry's Deli, dude. He was my ex-girlfriend Carla's like boyfriend before I dated her. Okay? He was a waiter. And Buddy Quaid, the youngest brother, I was almost in a movie. He was in a movie with Glenn Ballard. Hold on. Glenn Ballard, the guy who produced Alanis Morissette's movie. He was in a movie about a band. Buddy Quaid was in, what movie was it? Glenn Ballard produced it. Let's find his credits. Producer credits. It was... No, was he a writer? Oh, shit. Dude, producer. Oh, fuck, bro. Dude, what's going on with this site, dude? It was a movie about a band, dude. Clubland. There it is. 99, dude. Clubland. Okay, Buddy Quaid, there he is. He played Vernon in it. And so there was a role in here for some band member or whatever, and Buddy took me to meet Glenn Ballard, and we fucking had a meeting for me to be in this part, but I didn't really even want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I was just whatever. I don't know. I wanted to meet Glenn Ballard, but I didn't really want to be in this movie because it sounded like a real turd. And as you can see, dude, it was, what is it rated? What did it get? A 4.5. Jesus, brutal. But so the fucking, oh my God, dude, that's wild, bro. What a trash movie. But anyway, so Buddy, you ready for this? Buddy, like he lives in Texas, I believe. He's a real estate agent, but he could not get a like job in Hollywood, really. Which is wild. He was the youngest Quaid brother, but he just could not get hired. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know if he had like some like, I don't know. I don't know what the issue is, but he was like a struggling actor, right? That was my inner fucking lens into the Quaid realm. But so what happened was, you ready? So there was a thing that I was known for at Jerry's. All right. I used to bring a guitar to parties. We would have these work parties, okay, where somebody at work would have a party. Everybody from work would show up. And so Buddy's best friend was a guy named Guy. I can't remember his last name, but he was an actor too. His name was Guy something. And his name was Buddy. So you had Buddy and Guy were like best friends. So I used to show up at the parties and these guys would come up, but they always left early because they were total nerds that like had to get their sleep for their auditions. And so what would happen is after they would leave, I would play a song, right? I knew a guy named Buddy and he had a buddy named Guy. Dude, that was the song. And it was like kind of like a sort of a country bluegrass. I knew a guy named Buddy and he had a buddy named Guy. And then I would just riff off like sort of making fun of them. So everybody would wait until they left. And then I would pull out the guitar, like while they're walking down the steps, I'd like launch into, I knew a guy named Buddy and he had a buddy named Guy. And then I would just meme on whatever they had done at that party, like how awkward they were. Or, oh, dude, it was so good. I mean, the amount of comedy that I got from these guys was like, oh, dude, it was really good, dude. I'm going to say this. As much as I had my beef with Buddy and Guy, I had a lot of sex with fucking women I met at parties because of those guys. Because of those, I knew a guy named Buddy and he had a buddy named Guy songs. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of, sport, entertainment. Oh, thanks to those guys, dude. Oh shit, dude. There were like a lot of people that at Jerry's that were like actors or like actor slashes. Like everybody in LA was an actor in the 90s. Oh, crazy. But dude, a couple of them though from Jerry's like made it, right? Like, the one guy we worked with, you probably know him. You know him as a character, Louis Litt. Okay. Rick Hoffman, right? From Suits. He worked at Jerry's. Dude, he worked at Jerry's at that time too. Okay. Rick Hoffman made it. He ended up fucking blowing up. Dude, the other guy that blew up was in my fraternity at UCLA was Garrett Wang. Okay. Garrett's not his real name, but he was one of my fraternity brothers at UCLA. He made it too. And then I believe Eric Charmello was another guy who made it, screenwriter. Right? Dude, Eric was total pretty boy. He was another Jerry's guy. So there were a bunch of people. Yeah, Garrett Wang from Star Trek Voyager. Yeah, he was my fraternity brother. Dude, he and I actually, like, we sort of got into it we had a bit of a falling out over Judith Jones. All right, this girl right here. Okay, this was a girl. Judith Jones was an actress that hung out at UCLA. She was like in one of the fucking Star Trek shows or whatever. She was like an up and coming actress. And Garrett, like, again, we didn't call him Garrett. He changed his name later. But he wants to be referred to as Garrett, so I'm not like outing his other name. But so Garrett brought her to a party, and he was like totally smitten with her, and she and I ended up dating, and that was like a bone of contention that we fought about for like 2 years. He never got over that, even though it was like, dude, she wasn't gonna fucking hang out. He has a podcast? Dude, there's no way, dude. Does he have a podcast? Oh, shit, dude. I'm going to have to look him up. Oh my God, dude, he does. No way, bro. Oh, shit, dude. All right. Dude, I'm going to send him an email. Oh, shit. Dude, everyone's got a podcast. Oh, is it just about Star Trek? Is that all it's about? It's only about, they recap each episode of Voyager. So that's all it is? They don't talk about, dude, he does replays of the show. Dude, all right, dude, I'll reach out to him though. I mean, you know what's crazy though, guys, is he was not an actor. Dude, there he is. He was not an actor, guys, at UCLA. I will reach out. He was totally not an actor. He was just like, a regular, I don't know, fraternity guy. I mean, he didn't do any theater productions at UCLA. This was something, he was like me, where he like left that, if I remember right, he was like a really good student. And then I think he, like, after he found his way into it, the same way that I did with music, right? I had never like done music, but yeah, no, I'll reach out to him. Dude, he was actually pretty fun. I did go to UCLA. Yeah, I went to UCLA from 1987 to 1990. And that's wild. Oh man, I hadn't thought about them for a while. Yeah, see, Jenny and I saw Judith in some show we were watching not too long ago. I don't remember the show. What was her, was it Sunshine Cleaners or something like that? No, that's a different Judith Jones. That's not her. It was Sunshine Cleaning. Yeah, that's it. We saw her in Sunshine Cleaning, and I was like, I'm watching the show, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I dated her. I dated her in college, right? Need to have some guests on sometimes? Maybe. I mean, we'll see, Victor. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to be the guest kind of guy, right? I think I might end up being a guest in other places, but I don't know if I'm going to be a guest haver. Maybe one day down the road, right? Guest havers require you to like listen, and I'm more of a talker, right? I'm more of a talker, but we'll see. We'll see. I need somebody who can talk. They got to like run over me, because you really have to work hard to get a word in edgewise when you're talking with me. Oh, shit. Dude, that's funny. Trucker John, come on your show? Maybe. Let's go. Dude, let's go. Dude, the college days. But anyway, off the tangent. That was a good tangent. Okay, so this though, right here, guys, this is absolutely devastating. Okay, I'm telling you guys, I am thinking about talking to Juliette Bryant. Okay, I might have her on, the woman who talked about like medical testing. I'm becoming a little bit obsessed with the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. And I might have Juliette Bryant on. Okay, I might have some Epstein related guests on in the future. I'm thinking about it. okay? Because the Epstein files, I think, are going to be a mainstay of, you know, we need to keep this up, guys. I am not going to let them disappear, okay? I am not. Have Kat Abu-Ghazaleh? You did spell it wrong, but you're pretty close, right? It's Z-A-L-E-H, Abu-Ghazaleh, and I think it's G-E, right? It's Abu-Ghazaleh. Almost. There we go. Close. Abu-Ghazaleh. But yeah, no close. Last time we stopped talking about Epstein, they released some files and got everyone talking about it again. I know, but guys, I think let's look at the, I want to look at the election results. Dude, let's see what the final results were. Holy shit, look at the town, bro. That's fucking crazy. Did this guy really win by 15? Oh my God. There's no way, dude. Oh my God, dude. He won by almost 13 points. Guys, that is a 30-point swing, dude. A 30-point swing. That is insane, dude. Like, unbelievable, bro. Right? Unbelievable. 30-point swing, dude. No way. Oh, dude. That is outrageous. Right? Wait. Why is it saying, oh, I'm confused here. Oh, why is it saying, because this is, Oh, I see. The last updated was when it had been won back in November, right? Okay. Dude, that's nuts. $57%. Dude, that is crazy, dude. Unbelievable. Dude, yeah, no, the GOP guys, they are absolutely just shitting themselves. Like, this is insane. And you know, I mean, dude, this is insane. Okay? So, 30-point swing. It was won by Trump by 17 points a little over a year ago, guys. 30-point swing. And guys, you know what's wild about it is normally, you ready? So normally when I look at a Republican like a huge failure, you think there's like a terrible candidate, like Winsome Earl Sears, okay? Remember Winsome over in Virginia against Spanberger? She was a terrible fucking candidate. She just like debated terribly. All she did was harp on like one or two transgender issues. She had nothing to say. She talked down to her opponent. She was like a creepy, like weirdo. Okay. So a lot of times Republicans have these creepy weirdo candidates, or yeah, somebody like Herschel Walker that's got late stage CTE and you know, they can't even remember their fucking name. Hi, I'm Donald J. Trump, right? But Wamsgas or Wamsgans, whatever her name is, she wasn't terrible, you know? I mean, she was your typical MAGA Christian Stepford, you know, Moms for Liberty, whatever, wingnut that is, you know, your typical whatever person, right? Is Mamdani's mom really in the Epstein files? I don't think so, you know, but I don't know. You should be able to Google search that and find out, right? I have not heard anything about it, but his mom was is a film person. So I don't know. I mean, Epstein did try to get into movie producing, so it's possible she was in there, right? She is. Yeah. I mean, that's possible, right? I mean, like he was trying to get in there. There's a claim about Mamdani. Dance party? All right, let's get that going. Yeah, I've not heard about that yet, but that wouldn't surprise me. You know, I think there's going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of Hollywood people, a lot of finance guys, okay? You know, let me see let's see how she was mentioned. So what's going on with this? Let me see here. So, okay. So there was a letter from a publicist, 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍, to Epstein. So, all right. So here's what we have, though, right? I mean, this is a pretty weak connection. Okay. So there was an after party for a film. Okay. And right. And I guess a whole bunch of people were at an after party, but like she wasn't connected to Epstein. She was at a party. There was an after party at Ghislaine Maxwell's townhouse. I don't even know if the after party was at Ghislaine's. Okay. But so a publicist, the publicist 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍 emailed Jeffrey Epstein and mentioned that 𝗲𝗏 was at this party. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Let's see the context of this. Let's see if we can find it. I'm sure it's on Twitter, right? I mean, that's pretty fucking, you know, that's pretty flimsy. You know what I'm saying? So there's this picture, right? So his mom with the baby and Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, where is this? Is this at, where is this? Is that at Mar-a-Lago? Or did she run into Bill Clinton on a vacation or some shit? You know what I'm saying? Look at Zoran. Oh, shit. All right, so here's what we got. So the mention of it is 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍 writes a letter to Epstein, says, just left Ghislaine's townhouse after party for film. Clinton and Bezos were there. Jean Pigozzi, director, 𝗲𝗏, etc. Film received tepid reaction, although women like it much more. Then studio went for free party. So, okay. So there you go. So what happened was 𝗲𝗏, there was a film. There was an after party that happened at Ghislaine Maxwell's townhouse. Epstein wasn't even there. And a publicist mentioned her name. I mean, that's one of those where, I don't know. I don't know what that means. You know what I'm saying? You know, it was the director. this publicist was at an after party for a film, and then, you know, she was there with Clinton and Bezos and everybody else was at this party. And then Peggy wrote an email to Jeffrey Epstein saying, I just left this party and here's all the people that were there. So yeah, that's not, I don't really think there's much to that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, let's put it to you this way. And this is what's complicated, guys. We do have to be honest about this. If you were a big name in New York City in the early 2000s, you at some point were at, you know, you knew Ghislaine Maxwell, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like you did. I think she was a socialite. She was like big name, you know, like, you know, British royalty, firmly ensconced in the center of, you know, American New York society. And this was like how Jeffrey Epstein met a lot of these people, was through Ghislaine. So if you were anybody in New York, you ended up like at a party that Ghislaine threw at some point. Now, I think there's a difference between being at a party that Ghislaine threw, you know, related to fashion or film or what have you. I think there is a big difference between that and ending up at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion and hanging out with him. Okay? Because if you go to Epstein's mansion, you know that you're seeing pictures of naked girls on the wall and all kinds of weird shit. Ghislaine Maxwell's house was like more like a normal apartment. Now, I don't think this picture is real. Guys, look at this. Okay, let me just show you something, guys. You see this? This picture is not real, guys. Okay? There's no way this picture is real because look at how the imagery is like all dark above her head. Did they like put her head on there or something? No, there's something with this. The whole thing is like sort of grayed out, and then right above her head, it's all like dark black. Like, I don't think this picture is real, dude. I don't think that picture is real. Yeah. Yeah, dude. There you can see, like, look at that. That is not real, guys. I didn't even notice that the first time I looked, right? But that's not real, okay? That shit ain't real. But guys, again, this is why, you know, we have to sort of parse these connections, okay? Like for example, guys, if Howard Lutnick, you know, I made a video tonight about Howard Lutnick, okay? If Howard Lutnick ended up at a party after a fashion, right? There's a fashion week event, and Howard Lutnick ends up at a party where Ghislaine Maxwell is, nobody would think Howard Lutnick was involved with shit because he went to an after party after a fashion show and it was at Ghislaine Maxwell's apartment, okay? Right? No one's gonna fucking buy that as like a big deal. Everybody in the fashion industry. Howard Lutnick emailing Jeffrey Epstein and saying, how do I get to your island? That's a little different, okay? So yeah, they're gonna make a big deal, but like, dude, A, she didn't meet Jeffrey Epstein. She was never at his place. She wasn't an associate with him. She never emailed him. It was like she had an after party. A bunch of other people were at, a bunch of big names in New York. It was at Ghislaine Maxwell's apartment. And then Peggy Siegel, a publicist, went and fucking recited to Epstein the guest list of the people who were there. That's a nothing burger, okay? That is a nothing burger. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I will say this. I am not surprised that Zohran Mamdani's mom ended up, though, at a party with Bezos and Clinton, because you got to remember, Zohran's mom was like, they're wealthy. Okay, they're like wealthy. And yeah, Bradshaw also said that Zohran was born in 91, which meant in 2009, if he had been at an event in 2009, he would have been 18, right? You know? So obviously, right, you know, he wasn't a baby in 2009. Yeah. Dude. Yeah, no, I mean, but so, you know, we do have to parse this shit. You know, some of this shit is relatively innocent. You know, I mean, some of this shit is just society people hanging out. But here, though, here's what I will point out, okay? I think we should point out how the double standard, right? Like, have you noticed? Because if you look, guys, right? So look at this, right? You know, look at this. So this, I think, is very telling because Zoran's mom appears once, her name at a party at Ghislaine's house, and never even met Epstein, and Epstein's only hearing her name through a third party relaying the party guests, and they're like, Mom Donnie's mom! But like Donald Trump appears in these things like 10,000 times, was Epstein's best friend. 47 of his associates are tightly woven. They're all visiting the island. He's in the phone book with 10 numbers. He's got messages to Jeffrey. People say they've seen him there. There's like, you know, 10 women who say they were SA'd by him related to Jeffrey. Michael Wolff says the photos are there, and they're like, nope. Trump had nothing to do with this, guys, but Mom Donnie's mom. Now, she got mentioned once, so therefore, like, she's guilty. Dude, they are so, like, yeah, bro. What the fuck is with these people, dude? Dude, they are just clowning. And again, this is a fake picture, though. That picture is so not real, dude. Look at that shit. Right? Oh, breaking. Mom Donnie's mom is in the Epstein files. Dude, breaking. Donald Trump got caught humping Jeffrey Epstein in the fucking elevator of Trump Tower. They're like, not guilty. Dude, they got a gavel. Not guilty. Dude, it's so funny. Like, they will twist themselves in knots, dude. You know what I'm saying? They will twist themselves in knots. But yeah, dude, this picture is fake as shit, bro. Yeah, the hand is like weird. But this, it's that shit that's weird. That halo of like not, you know, the whole picture is low contrast. Except for the halo, like the contrast on her is completely different than the rest of the picture. And then there's a halo of high contrast here. High contrast. Photoshop AI. Dude, it's something, bro. Dude, these guys are clowns among clowns, bro. Oh, Lord. Dude, this picture cracks me up, dude. Dude, oh, shit. Look at that. Somebody went on. Look at what they did. They like, oh, dude, pretty creative. Dude, they are freaking out, bro. Dude, yeah, no, it's definitely like AI or some shit. Dude, look at some of these pictures, dude. Look, dude, look at this one. Dude, what? Bill Clinton's head? Look at Bill Clinton's head, dude. It's like 2/3 of a normal size head, bro. It's like a shrunken head. Dude, this was after that African trip where they shrunk Bubba's head. These pictures are so funny, dude. Oh, man. Dude, that shit is wild, right? They have another one, dude, with like, is this supposed to be Zoran? Is this his mom and Zoran, like, just standing out in the fucking street? Dude. Dude, not photoshopped at all, right? Right? This is funny. Dude, they are like, that's funny, bro. Dude, that shit is funny, dude. Oh, man. Oh, but look at this, right? They said Zohran Mamdani's mom and filmmaker Mira Nair was present at an exclusive sexuality exploration film private screening. Okay. But like, dude, Jeffrey didn't go. All right. So what is this? This is a private screening at MoMA, right? This is the Museum of Modern Art, right? And there was a screening of a movie, but like, dude, what is this, bro? You know what I'm saying? I mean, these guys are stretching. Dude, everybody in society went to these fucking, you know, screenings and shit, right? Is a Soderbergh film? Is that what it was? Oh no, Soderbergh was there. It was a an Oscar winner, an Oscar winner film based on a book, okay, with Rachel Weisz in it and Rachel McAdams and shit. So, dude, it was like a private film screening, and Peggy, the publicist, invited Jeffrey Epstein. Like, dude, this is a nothing burger, guys. You know what I'm saying? This is like Peggy Siegel was a fucking, she's a publicist. So there's a screening. They're having a movie screening or whatever, private screening of an Oscar winner's film, Disobedience. And then what happens? They, like, Peggy fucking invites Epstein. Dude, that's a nothing burger, bro. That has, you know, Mamdani's mom has nothing to do with that. Okay? Dude, these people are fucking scraping, dude. Dude, these people are scraping. I hope people are lighting them up. Dude, no, why is nobody replying to this shit? Dude, like, this guy is, what is this guy doing? This guy is on a bender, bro. Oh my God, dude. Dude, look at this thread, dude. Dude, homie is obsessed. All right. Dude, child pedo ring. Look at that. Homie fucking went on a bender, but nobody replied to this shit, which is crazy. Okay. How does this guy have 19,000 likes on this thing and there's 2 replies to it? That's weird, dude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, this shit is phony, dude. All right. Dude, it is theorized that Epstein is Mamdani's father. Bro, you see this shit? Dude, do an hour tomorrow based on the Epstein dump? Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of shit on the Epstein dumps, guys. Dude, this is funny. Right? They're saying Epstein, right? They're saying that Epstein was the father. Yeah, not buying it. Nope. Yeah, BS. Dude, yeah, I am fucking, guys. Oh, all right, let's focus on the dance party, okay? You ready? Here we go. So there you go, dude. According to the New York Times, Mamdani's mom has 1 mention, and there are 5,300 files with 38,000 references to Donald Trump just in the latest batch. So 38,000 references for Trump, not guilty. 1 reference for Zohran Mamdani's mom, guilty. In case you're wondering, okay? Oh, he blocked the replies? Okay. Dude, no, that makes sense. All right. Dude, that makes sense. Of course he did. He blocked the replies because everyone was like, homie, you stupid. All right, guys, you ready? Let's do this. We need 16 in 11. All right, there we go. 15 and 11. They will say and do anything, but will fail hard. Let's go. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go, baby. I'm going to get a little eucalyptus here on the scent thing. All right. We're going to get a little eucalyptus vibe going. I need to get more of this. Oh, dude, I love eucalyptus. You hate it when people shut off their comment section? Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to do it, though. Dude, sometimes you do it for psychological manipulation, right? I mean, I did it. I do it. Dude, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗶𝗪, you voted for a hula hoop. Let's go. You vote for a hula hoop? All right. Dude, I'll have to learn how to hula hoop. But I did it, right? Like, I've done it on my profile. I did it on this one because I have this picture. The first thing people see, a lot of MAGA come to my page, and then they can't comment on it. And they get really frustrated. It's a little bit of psychological warfare because I know they want to leave a comment and then they can't. And then they'll usually leave like 10 comments on my shit. But guys, I don't know if you saw, but I rebranded today, guys. I got rid of the AI picture today and I replaced it with this photo across all socials. So I'm a real person now. I'm no longer just an AI avatar. Right? And so we did it on all the socials, guys. I think it looks good, dude. I like it, man. It's a vibe, bro. And it's got the Limitless t-shirt on there. I think it's looking sharp, dude. It is looking sharp on all fucking platforms, bro. We've become a real person, guys. I've become a real person. All right? I'm pretty happy about this. I've been working hard I'm on Blue Sky. Dude, I've been on Blue Sky. I just don't really use it that much because it doesn't really have a fucking, I don't know. I'll be honest, Blue Sky's pretty boring, guys. It doesn't get me activated. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like being on there where all the fucking troublemakers are, where I can, get in there and drop some truth bombs. And Blue Sky's kind of like, it's a little ho-hum, dude. I mean, I go there and check in, but I don't get the same, I like places where there's resistance, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think I like the algorithms, right? Algorithms are designed to get you activated, and I like being activated. Always remember, be best. But I am on Blue Sky. I just don't hang out there a lot. I pop in every now and again. Dude, going natural. We are going natural. We're being real. Dude, somebody said something that I was curious about. Stop stupidity. Let's go, boss. Let's fucking go, dude. Dude, 11 and 8. LFG dance party. Ella, thank you. So, dude, stop stupidity again. Fucking quarterback is in the house throwing bombs. Dude, what was... You send me stuff on Blue Sky? All right. Like messaging or you tag? I go in there and I like all the tags and shit and look at that stuff. What was here? Somebody said something. Where was it? I thought I saw something here that said, oh, your tag is the new one. What does that mean? Your tag is the new one too? Yeah, I don't know what that means. Your tag? What tag? Right? What tag is the new one? Right? Baron doesn't look like Dracula. Does look like Dracula. Dude, he does look like Dracula. Baron, he's very Dracula-esque. Oh, when you tag me in a comment, the new one. Oh, I don't know what that means. Oh, tag me in a oh, here. You mean here? Yeah, here. Yeah. Here on yeah, no, it's because it's my YouTube thing as well, right? Like if you go and look, it switches your thing on your YouTube name also, right? Yeah. So yeah, that here I am too. Dude, you should watch Epistemic Crisis. It talks about Trump's possible STDs and dementia. Yeah, I mean, dude, Trump definitely has some dementia, right? right? Cease and desist the use of your stolen content, right? Like limitless on your merch. I don't know what you mean by that, dude. Limitless. I had a song called Limitless like 15 years ago. Believe me, if somebody owns the copyright on Limitless, it ain't you, bro. That shit is me, dude. Limitless is a song of mine from 2008. All right. So yeah, good luck with that. We'll see you in court there, buddy boy. Dude, Al Gore needs more rhythm, dude. Al Gore needs some fucking personality, dude. PoliticalPunk handle put into iHip's chat today, 25K. What do you mean, Valley Girl? PoliticalPunk handle? Dude, the A channel. Let's go, A channel. Let's go. Dude, Al Gore. Yeah, there's a lot of messages I don't understand, but I'm sleepy, so. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, you like Baron Epstein? Dude, I like this meme, guys. Can I just say, right? I saw this meme today that I really liked that somebody made. They put in the chat, but this one is good, dude. Right? Right here. Isn't that good? Melania is having another movie screening. Oh, shit. Dude, Epstein. Dude, Ella. LFG. Let's go, guys. All right, let's check in on this. We got 4 minutes. Oh, we only need one more. Dude, this is easy. We got a lock. There it is. Stop stupidity coming in hot. Let's go. Isn't that funny? Epstein. Dude, Epstein, Slava Ukraine. Let's go, JD. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, we love you guys. We did it. Another dance party secured. Dude, I love securing the dance party, boss. Right? But is the premier... So, yeah, we should talk about that real quick before we move in. We got to talk about the Kennedy Center, guys. Because the Kennedy Center is a big deal, guys. This shit is a big deal, okay? Right? This is a big deal, dude. Dude, oh. Buckaroos for you. Let's go, sus. Appreciate you, boss. Look at that, dude. Some men. Dude, some men improve the world only by leaving it. Oh, dude. Dude, this is Trump after his 17th case of syphilis. Yikes, bro. That is like, he's got those gonorrheal jowls, right? Gonorrheal jowls. Them some jowls there, boss. Oh, shit. Did you see the email about killing kittens? I have not looked into some of the racier FBI tip emails yet. I have a little stash of them to look at, and we will get to all of them. We will. We're going to explore that. I'm going to go through, and we're going to look through all of the Epstein files. But I think, though, this is really important here, okay? Because right here, Trump posted this today because, guys, this is a massive, massive loss. Massive, okay? It is a massive loss for Trump. And yet another, like, ginormous, tail tucked between his legs moment. Because, Trump wouldn't let the Kennedy Center be the Kennedy Center. Okay? The Kennedy Center is independent, guys. It is not run by the president. It is not run by the presidential administration. This thing had a board, and Trump comes in, and he's like, man, no, I'm taking control of everything. I'm controlling it all. Like, screw you. And so what did he do? He starts like throwing his weight around. He makes himself be the head of the board, and people still tolerated his shit. Okay? People tolerated him being a douche. And then what does he do? He puts his name on the wall. Guys, it's a memorial. He's not dead. You don't put your name on a memorial when you're alive. Okay. So not only does he take over the board and kick people off and make this huge deal politicizing this thing, then he puts his living name on the memorial on top of Kennedy's like a total douche. And then every actor, of course, every music artist, every theater performance, everybody said, you know what? Fuck you, Trumpy! Oh, shit, they're all leaving! Right? So, dude, they literally, like, nobody will play this thing, okay? Nobody will appear on stage at the Kennedy Center. Everybody dropped. Everybody did. And good for them. They should drop because he politicized this thing, guys. This thing was not a political entity. And let's be honest, okay? If you're looking at talented artists, none of them are MAGA, okay? Literally, like 1 in 100 artists is going to be MAGA because most MAGA people are not creative. They're not talented. They're like the people that fail at that shit and they get all resentful. We just talked about the failed Hollywood to MAGA pipeline. So naturally, if you're going to have a bunch of artists, talented people perform at the Kennedy Center, they're all going to be woke. That's just the price you're going to pay, all right? Because most artists are woke because we actually care about things like empathy and communing with our fellow man. That's why we do this shit. We don't do this shit to like spew racist shit and call people slurs. You know what I'm saying? You do this shit because you want to liberate yourself from the constraints of society. You know, you don't want to live in that Christian 2.3 children fucking bullshit Project 2025 life. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's fucking bullshit. But so Trump, I mean, dude, this is brutal. You ready? Let's watch and see how he spins this. Dude, look at this. This is a monster, bro. 3 paragraphs. Dude, this is getting more play than the Epstein files are. It says, after a 1-year review of the Trump Kennedy Center that has taken place with contractors, musical experts, art institutions, and other advisors and consultants, deciding between either construction with closure and reopening or partial construction while continuing entertainment operations through a much longer period of time, working in and around the performances. Dude, I have determined that the Trump Kennedy Center, if temporarily closed for construction, revitalization, and complete rebuilding, can be without question the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. He is determined. However, in parentheses, but nobody will play there but Lara Trump, right? Oh, shit. In other words, if we don't close, the quality of construction will not nearly be as good, right? And the time to completion because of interruptions with audiences from the many events using the facility will be much longer. The temporary closure will produce a much faster and higher quality result. Dude, that's a lot of words to say nobody will perform here because I'm a fucking douchebag. Dude, Uncle F, let's go, baby! Let's go, boss. Dude, crazy. Based on these findings and totally subject to board approval, I've determined the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease entertainment operations for an approximately 2-year period of time with a scheduled grand reopening that will rival and surpass anything that has taken place with respect to such a facility before. Therefore, the Trump Kennedy Center will close on July 4th, 2026, in honor of the 250th anniversary of our country, whereupon we will simultaneously begin construction of the new and spectacular entertainment complex. Financing is completed and fully in place. This important decision, based on input from many highly respected experts, will take a tired, broken, and dilapidated center, one that has been in bad condition both financially and structurally for many years, turn it into a world-class bastion of arts, music, and entertainment, far better than it has ever been. America will be very proud of its new and beautiful landmark for many generations to come. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Brutal, guys. Brutal. okay? At ticket sales plunge, no one will play there. And I mean, doesn't that make a lot of sense, guys? In honor of America's freedom and the 250-year celebration of our independence, we're shutting this thing down. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense there, boss. In honor of our freedom and independence, we're closing the building. Okay. Yeah, great. To build a fucking entertainment complex that's never going to get built, I bet. I bet this shit never even gets constructed, dude. This is going to be the new Foxconn right here. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, what a schlump, bro. Dude, it has been in continuous operation for 55 years. And then Trump and Rick Grenell shut it down in a year. 55 years, guys. This thing has been around 55 years. And literally, they destroyed it in 2 months. In 2 months, guys. Literally, he announced that shit in December. He put his name on it in December. We are now February 1st. Dude, 6 weeks. And this thing is gone, bro. Oh, man, dude. Dude. Oh, look at this. The Trump Kennedy Center will reopen just as soon as Kevin Sorbo perfects playing every role in the Rock of Ages. Oh, shit. Dude, that's funny. Dude, everything he touches is a huge failure. There's the list, guys. Look at that. Dude, Trump steaks, Trump vodka, Trump board game, Trump University, which led to a lawsuit that Pam Bondi dismissed, right? Trump mattresses, Trump ice, right? Which is eerily prescient because Trump ice failed and now Trump's ice Gestapo is failing. Trump shuttle, Trump vitamins and urine test kits, tour to Trump, the New Jersey Generals, and he went on to destroy the entire USFL. Okay, Trump modeling, Trump princess, Trump mortgages, Trump success cologne, Trump magazine, Trump style, Trump Taj Mahal, right? Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino, Trump Hotels and Casino Resorts, and Trump Castle. How do you bankrupt casinos, guys? Trump Entertainment, Trump Marina, Trump Casino Indiana, Trump Travel Agency, Trump Net Telecom, Trump Tower Tampa, Trump Empire Cologne, Paris is Out musical. And dude, what about Trump Airlines? Is that Trump shuttle? Didn't he have an airline? Dude, and now the Trump Kennedy Center. What a huge loser. A massive loser. Dude, Trump Laxative is the only successful venture that Trump has had. Dude, right? The Trump diapers. Right? They have a lot of extra room in there, boss. You can Trump like nobody's business and you're covered. Oh, dude, is Gestapo is failing? Yeah, no, his Gestapo is failing, Suki, because the thing about this is here's why Trump's Gestapo is failing. Because it doesn't matter if they ramp up. All they're doing by ramping up is they're putting more content out there of them being cruel and vicious, which is destroying them electorally. They just lost a Trump plus 17 district by 14 points, a 30-point swing because of Trump's Gestapo. And so no matter what they do, the immigration issue is lost for him. They're not even deporting that many people. So they have the MAGA people like Nick Fuentes and the hardcore MAGA who are like, dude, he's not deporting anyone. And then meanwhile, they're just putting a bunch of content on the street, reminding us all how the immigration issue is now toxic for them. And we're going to win the election. So they're like, it's a huge failure. Okay. They're doing no numbers and they're literally killing themselves electorally. So at this point, I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. I am like heartbroken that they're not going to back off and that they're continue being douchey, and these guys are going to get more and more reckless as we get close to the election, and we know people are going to get hurt. Like, there's going to be casualties and collateral damage, but I have also accepted that it's going to do nothing but destroy them. So if they're going to do it, you know what I'm saying? Okay, fine. We're going to take some casualties. We are going to resist you. Some people are going to get hurt, and it is going to be tragic. But if you're going to make that decision, then bring it on, Trump. Bring it on, Homan. And this shit is going to burn you guys to the ground, right? We are going to put the pedal to the metal, and we are going to keep resisting, and screw them. They're going to get no numbers, and they're going to fall apart, okay? Because that's just it. They can't do that crazy shit, okay? They can't do that crazy shit and survive the election. You know what I'm saying? They just can't, you know? And yeah, we did talk about the FBI raid at the Fulton County election office. The thing about this, though, guys, is I know he's going to try pulling some shit, and I know they're going to concoct some fake narrative. But at this point, guys, I feel a lot differently than I did in 2024. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because of the elections, or I don't know if it's because I am now part of this media network and there's more people like combating this media. But I really feel like the country is getting a little bit immune to their bullshit, like political made up smear campaigns, right? Like, for instance, even if they take that 2020 Georgia shit and they take it to Virginia and they concoct some cockamamie story, they try to insist that they have some evidence, and they try to like impede the election in some way, or send ICE in there, or create some narrative. Maduro comes out and says Democrats cheated. I don't think anyone's buying it. I honestly don't think anyone's buying it. I think that there are tens of millions of people who are sick of ICE. They are sick of this fucking clown, and the resistance is growing every day. And it's almost to the point of like, we don't care what these fools do. We are going to beat them back and kick their ass in November. And I literally think that there's a movement building of like, people just don't believe them anymore. There's so many lies. Like, you know, I think somebody said they're burning political capital. I think, and discrediting themselves. Yes. I think the 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗆𝗍 shit with Alex Preddy, I think it really did them in. And coming on the heels of Renee Good, like we saw Renee Good. And even though they were able to write it off with this shit, with the moving car, everybody kind of knew. Everybody knew that that was bullshit. And then they do it again with Preddy. And then they try to like smear him afterwards. And they lied about it. They said he approached them with a handgun. And they said this after the videos had circulated all day. And like, man, I think people are just, nobody believes their shit anymore. Everybody knows that these guys are brazen fucking liars that are at this point doing everything they can. They're gerrymandering Texas, and they're trying to fucking, you know, people are just fed up, okay? And yeah, I think the lie, I think 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗆𝗍 and Bavino lying outright after we had all seen the video. It wasn't like they lied, the video came out and they corrected themselves. It was like they lied, the video came out, and they lied again. Like, bro, they have like burned their goodwill to the ground, I think. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know that they have the power they had before. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have to be vigilant, guys. Okay? We have to be vigilant, and we have to do the work. Like I know I've said this, broken record time, but please, I implore you, if you're watching this stream, if you're hanging out, you're here, you're consuming my content, please take an active role in the 2026 election. And by active, I mean contact your local Democratic office or your local DSA office, whatever, and take a role. Knock doors, do the phone banking, whatever participatory role. Like put energy into registering voters, put energy, I believe, if we do the work to register, to get our neighbors to the polls, to make sure our neighbors are registered, to dot the T's, dot the I's, cross the T's. Sorry, if we do the footwork and we actually, like actively, all of us just put a little bit of energy on the ground, we are going to smoke these guys and we are going to take back a bunch of local seats. We are going to break decades of GOP control in state houses across the country. And we are going to have a generational opportunity to break some gerrymandering and to shift the balance of power. This is like a once in a lifetime opportunity, guys, where we're kicking Trump's ass. Okay? He is doing all of this fascist shit and we are still winning. And now he has eroded public opinion to the point of where even his top issues are politically toxic. Okay? His top issues are politically toxic. It's like, right? They did no transgender people can compete in sports, and they burned immigration to the ground. They have nothing left. What do you have left, bro? Okay, now what? Now what are you gonna do? Now you're gunning down VA nurses and shit on live TV while lying about it. Congrats. You know, way to go. All right, good job, dude. I'm not sure that's gonna work out well for you. And you're in the Epstein files 38,000 times. Nice. Okay, good. We'll see you in November, fuck nuts. Right? Dude, they really burned their shit down, guys. They burned their shit down, dude. They did. They, like, you know what I mean? I mean, think about this, guys. Even with the border, okay? If Trump had been smart, okay, you ready? Hear me out. If Trump had been smart and not an egotistical weirdo, you know what he would have done? He would have not sealed the border, guys. He would have gone in and said the border is so out of control. Biden fucked it up so bad, I can't even get it in control. And he would have spent all 2 years talking about how he is still trying to take control of the border because Biden let it get so out of hand. But no, what did Trump do? Trump came in and he's like, I solved the border in 2 weeks. Okay, great. So now what are you fighting? Where's your conflict for the next 2 years, boss? You just fixed your signature issue in 2 weeks. You have nothing to talk about now. Now all you have to talk about is your J6 Proud Boys that are killing people in the streets. Dude, he should have put ICE on the border and made it seem like there was this huge shit. He should have been catching people at the border. And he should have played the border for 2 years, dude, and made it seem like he was still wrestling with this huge problem. But no, dude, he fixed his major thing in 2 weeks, so it was all gone. And then he has generated nothing but bad headlines for himself, you know? And that's his fucking whole thing. Because guys, he's not a strategy guy. You know what I'm saying? He's not a strategy guy at all. You know what I mean? Hold on, guys. So, right, you know, I think we are gonna say goodbye to somebody though, right? We're gonna say goodbye to somebody. Smell ya later. Bye-bye. All right, thank you. Thanks for coming out. Yeah, rip bozo. Dude, we appreciate you. But yeah, you know what I mean? Dude, no, I don't know what that guy was doing, boss. Right? That guy was like, I don't know what his thing, right? You know, but I mean, you know, you can't be screaming like down with so-and-so in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was, I don't know what that was. There was some troll energy going on there. But yeah, guys, so I think Trump really screwed up. Okay, I think he did because he essentially, came in and he thought, oh yeah, I'm gonna look really good because I'm gonna get all my signature shit done in like 1 month. And then unfortunately though, he did that and nothing got better. And then his tariffs kicked in and the economy went to shit and a bunch of people got fired from their jobs. Nobody can find a job. And, the billionaires are getting richer. People lost their fucking health insurance. And then his Gestapo is murdering people in the street. And so, like, now he's going to pay the price of having nothing that isn't toxic. They are screwed, dude. They are. You saw Grok was unredacting files. So I got to say this, though, guys. There is something that was pretty toxic about this, and it was this right here. Let me find it. Right here, dude. So I asked AI to say, hey, please make me a numbered list of all of Trump's associates, inner circle, past and present cabinet members who have been mentioned in the Epstein files. Like, do a search of like news articles. And AI won't do it, guys. Okay? Gemini won't do it. ChatGPT won't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this one was Gemini, Google's Gemini. So these AI won't, like, give you information about Trump and Epstein. They like withhold. And in fact, Gemini releases the same paragraph, okay, that says individuals associated with Trump, including family members, advisors, and former cabinet members, are mentioned in the latest released Epstein files. These mentions appear in various records. You can read more at BBC. And every time you request it, it'll say you can read more at New York Times. You can read more at Washington Post. But it won't give you the information. And dude, I argued with it for like an hour and it wouldn't give you the information. Grok will give you a little bit of the information. Okay, so Grok would give me a list, but I definitely had to massage it. But this is really, I don't know. It is something that we need to consider our relationship to AI. And this is part of the reason, guys. This is part of the reason why I switched off my AI profile picture and went au naturel, guys. It's why I went, because I think we need to disengage, okay? I think we need to disengage with AI some. You know what I'm saying? I really do. I think we need to disengage with AI a little bit, okay? So let's see what we got here. All right, these are names referenced. These are everybody. So you got Trump, Musk, Michael Jackson, Bill Gates, Leonardo DiCaprio, George Bush, Bill and Hillary Clinton, Prince Andrew, Cameron Diaz, Bruce Willis, Kevin Spacey, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Mick Jagger, George Lucas, Tony Blair, MBS, Kerry Kennedy, Kennedy Jr., Bloomberg, Allen, Dershowitz, Ghislaine Maxwell, Andrew Cuomo, Phil Collins, Larry Summers, Ehud Barak, Chris Tucker, Les Wexner, William Black, Glenn Dubin, Jean-Luc Mandelson, Rothschild, Hassim Abdullah bin Zayed, Saad Hariri, Ahmed Abul Gate, Miguel Angel Moratinos, Minnie Driver, Pete Dalgish, Taleb Fassi, Fury, Khalifa, Maktoum Shah Mahmoud, and Henry Odin. There's more, though. There's like John Bolton. Dude, does this even have Steve Bannon? Dude, this doesn't even have Bannon, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't even, where's Steve Bannon? This ain't a good list. Dude, this is fucking, it doesn't even have Steve Bannon on there, bro. Dude, you're right. Like, who made this list? Dude, Dershowitz, I kept my underwear on during the massage. Oh, shit. Yeah, dude, this shit, see, these lists are like, incomplete, bro. U.S. breaking news and like incomplete information, right? Bro, dude, trust nothing. Oh, look at this. You ready? Oh, look at what we got, dude. Nicki Minaj, guys. Yeah, Noam Chomsky. I mean, dude, there's a lot of fucking Stephen Hawking. I didn't see what's his name either on there. Branson. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many people. Jay-Z. Yeah, dude, that list is horse shit, boss. You know what I'm saying? But look at this, though, guys. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Breaking news. Nicki Minaj is coming forth telling us about Christians, guys. She says, any Christian who votes Democrat again is a fool. They're showing people that it's okay to disrupt a church during worship. Hold on, Nicki. Nah. I got Valentina Gomez disrupting a church during worship. No, Nicki. Hey, Nicki, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Nicki. Hey, Nicki. Hey, Nicki, you're so full of shit. You are missing this. Hey, Nicki. Hey, Nicki, we got fucking Valentina Gomez here disrupting a church and filming it, right? She's not even filming the people. She's filming herself. She's like, watch me disrupt a church. Come on now. All right, this is how they truly feel about y'all. The veil is lifted. No morals, no integrity. The guy with morals and integrity, according to Nicki Minaj, is that dude who's been committed adultery like 500 times, who calls everyone like names and slurs and shit and was Epstein's best friend, and he's like looting the treasury. That's the guy with morals and integrity. It's not enough for them to have an opinion. They've escalated to physical intrusion in places of worship. The demons inside of them are so bothered all of the time. Oh, shit, boss. Look out. Look at that. You look at that. Right? Hold on. We got to do this. You ready? We got to do it. There you go. There it is. Oh, there we go. Let's go. It is said. I love it. Yes, Christians, you must vote for the guy who lives in a gold palace like Pontius Pilate and who commits adultery 500 times while being best friends with the teen rapist Epstein and looting money from the U.S. Treasury. This is the guy with the integrity that Jesus craves. Dude, let's go. Lord have mercy. Nicki, say it again, baby. Dude, isn't that beautiful? That is the way, dude. That is the way. Oh, yes. The golden age, guys. Dude, it is, isn't it funny, though? Isn't it funny to see Nicki Minaj, like, her husband and her brother are, like, sex predators, and Nicki Minaj is out here, like, saying, hey, Christians. Dude, like, that kind of makes my brain bleed a little bit, doesn't it? That Nicki Minaj is saying, hey, Christians, by the way, like, just so you know, let me tell you what you guys need to do. Hey guys, I'm a twerk here real quick. I'm gonna go ride like backup dancer real fast, and then I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna tell y'all how to vote Christian. Dude, not that there's anything wrong with twerking, but you know, I just think if you're a twerking, grinding Christian who's making money off like the sex trade, essentially, there's nothing wrong with that. But then you shouldn't be proselytizing to other Christians about the right way to live. Like, that's just it. I don't have anything wrong with twerking or the sex trade or like sex out of marriage or whatever, any kind of sexuality or gender relationships you want to have with consenting adults. Like, man, live it up. Nobody cares. But you don't get to walk around like, you know, commanding any type of authority over morality, you know? Like, that's where it just gets weird, because there isn't a, like, morality that is superior. It's just, you know, I mean, ultimately, if you have empathy and compassion for all beings on the planet and you want to eradicate suffering wherever, I think that's really the most humanist thing you can do. Everything else is just, you know, is just pontification, you know? Dude, it's pretty wild. And everybody in here is like, dude, you're helping end the Democratic Party? Dude, look at this. Look at all these people. True statement. They're all just ass kissing. Dude, Trump raped a woman in a changing room, committed hundreds of millions. Thank you. Yeah, forget about that, though. Let's forget about the fraud and the 500 adultery. I mean, that's my thing, guys, about this shit when they talk about Trump is literally, guys, thou shalt not steal, and thou shalt not, like, commit adultery, and thou shalt not, like, you know, worship a graven image. There's some very big, like, 10 commandments that Donald Trump does not obey at all. Coveting your neighbor's stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, Trump is a coveter who worships himself, who steals and you know, refuses to pay people and commits adultery like crazy. This guy is like breaking the Big 10. Like 4 or 5 out of the 10, dude, are just shattered. They're in dust. And you know, they want to prop him up and use him as a morality, like, litmus test. Like, come on, bro. You can't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? That kind of shit just makes my nuts hurt, even, like, hearing about it, dude. Right? Oh. Roasted by Trevor Noah. All right, let's see what we got. Dude, what'd you send me? I don't think that's a link, boss. Yeah, there's no link, dude. Bradshaw, you're fired. Dude, this is Bad Bunny getting emotional after winning Album of the Year and knowing, like, MAGA, I'm going to burn MAGA to the ground in February, right? Keep scrolling. Yeah, fucking famous last words. Oh, here it is. All right. Is this it?
Song of the Year. Congratulations, Billie Eilish. Wow. That is a Grammy that every artist wants, almost as much as Trump wants Greenland, which makes sense. I mean, because Epstein's island is gone, he needs a new one to hang out with Bill Clinton. So, oh, I told you it's my last year. What are you going to do about it?
Dude, that was vicious, bro. Oh, man, dude. That was beautiful. I know that was not it, but that one was fucking very beautiful, dude. Oh, look at that, Bubba. Dude, all Nikki's holier than thou talk. She can no longer about truffle butter and anaconda. Let's go. Dude, Natty Lokes, let's go. Dude, did I miss any here? Hold on, I want to make sure I didn't miss any. All right, let me fucking go down and fucking check this. Dude, he roasted her. Oh, roasted him, sorry, her. Donnie. He roasted Donnie. No, I think I got everybody. All right. Did I miss yours a long time ago? Hold on. Let's get in there, dude. We're gonna fucking, hold on. I'm gonna fucking reset this shit. I have to switch it back to live chat. All right, we got to switch it back to live chat because we're resetting. Okay. And I'm gonna fucking go and look and see what we got. I think I missed a couple, dude. I missed Quarg. Okay, the pointless Bob the Builder. Quarg, thank you, boss. Appreciate you. And Asorian, missed you, dude. Dude, I missed fucking Dushan. Cyberpunk, boss. Long story short, I have F up. Thank you, Dushan. My bad. I did see Uncle F. We saw that one. Then it looks like I also going back. I missed rub some eucalyptus on that algorithm from JD Christie. Let's go. Okay. I missed a Stop the Stupidity one. Of course, there's so many Stop the Stupidities. And dude, bass notes. I'm looking for yours, boss. Where are you? Oh, there you are, dude. A gifted membership. Let's go. Dude, that's all the way back, dude. And Sisu with the membership. Dude, we got Tox Muertos. Check out Bad Bunny's speech. All right. Dude, what do we got in Bad Bunny's speech, dude? Is he touching Bubba? Dude, let's go. Dude, touch Bubs. Touch Bubba. I think I got caught up. I'm sorry about missing those guys. And an emotional evening here. We're grinding. We're grinding, baby. All right. People are trying to give me these links. Dude, like touch Bubba. All right, here we go. All right, you ready?
Nicki Minaj is not here. She is not here. She is still at the White House with Donald Trump discussing very important issues.
Actually, Nikki, I have the biggest ass. I have it. Everybody's saying it, Nikki. I know they say it's you, but it's me. Wop, wop, wop. Look at it. Look at it, baby.
Jennifer, Nicki Minaj is...
Oh, that's funny, bro. Dude, DeepSeek's answers in Discord. Let's go, Nameless Nick. Dude, wop, wop, wop. Dude, you know what I love about that? Here's what I love about the attention to detail on that. The wop, 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 right? Because WAP is fucking Cardi B, right? And like, right? So like Trump is like using Cardi B's thing as though he thinks Nicki is the WAP person, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that little detail is so nice because it just totally like catches how Trump like fucking doesn't pay attention to anything, right? He's just like, oh, yeah. Let me tell you. Wop, wop, wop. Right? And she's like having to sit there and take that, you know? Oh, man. That is beautiful, dude. Oh, that is beautiful. All right, so somebody said DeepSeek put a list. Holy shit, dude. So DeepSeek put a list, but I can't read it. It's too small. But there's only like about 10 people or something. See, there's like 50 Trump associates that are in the list. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and make a list because AI is not being functional. But I do want to point out what I was saying before we got into this. I want to point out how we do, I think, have to disengage a little bit with AI, okay? Because AI has been sold to us, guys, as this marvelous time-saving tool that can take large amounts of information and gather it together in just a few seconds and give you a concise summary. But the problem is that AI, like, it leaves shit out. Okay? The danger of AI is that it focuses on whatever its messaging is to tell you. So it leaves a lot of shit out. And guys, it is not just about Trump. I know some of it is about Trump or public figures, but I've had this issue for months, guys, where I will have AI like summarize a thing and it will leave a bunch of shit out because it will selectively decide what's important in the thing it's summarizing, and it will give you that information because it makes its own choices, but it doesn't include everything. And if something triggers its guardrails at all, it completely leaves it out. So it can take a word, if you're asking it to look over a contract, it could take a word of that contract that hits a guardrail, like a word having to do with sex or politics or something in a certain way, and it will just leave out that whole section around that as though it doesn't exist. Like the thing about AI is this, is it cannot be trusted, okay? It is an untrustworthy, like information provider. Completely untrustworthy. You know what I'm saying? It is completely untrustworthy. It is a, like, you know, and that's a problem, okay? That is a problem because I think that's part of the reason why these tech bros like it and why these social media platforms like it, because yes, they like the data collection, but they also like the fact that it's erasing the concept of truth, okay? Because if there's no truth, guys, if there's no truth, you are endlessly seeking, okay? I mean, if you think about the human mind looks for patterns and seeks like resolution of unknowns. Okay, that's what the human mind does. Oh, I can't explain the sun. What is the sun? First I say the sun's a god. Then I say the sun is a fucking, you know, a deity. Then eventually we discover science and the sun is this. And eventually you keep seeking. But like with AI, it's like you end up in a loop of like, there's no arrival. Okay, it's almost like it wraps you up into constant use. Okay, and why? Because it's mining you for information and it's monitoring your behavior and it's trying to learn from your behavior. It's trying to adapt itself and become more powerful and efficient in manipulating you by observing your behavior. But the way it does this is just to keep you perpetually using it. And the way it does that is by making it so you never get a truth, right? You know, and that's why even the phrase that AI that's called DeepSeek, it's like, or they have like think harder or seek harder. It's like, because there's no arrival with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is a circular tool. It is a circular fucking tool that seeks to make you dependent upon it. Okay? That's what it wants. You're like a battery of behavior information for it, right? It stays energized in its collection of behavior monitoring analysis by you engaging with it. Yeah, dude, it does. It absolutely goes in a circle. And guys, if you use it long enough, it will either completely refute what it said an hour or 5 minutes earlier, or it will eventually present your own ideas that you share with it as if it were its own. And those two things always happen, okay? That's it. Every time AI gets used, one of those two things happens, or both, where it will completely refute what it said earlier. It will have completely changed. Right opposite. says this thing, and then, 30 minutes later, it's saying the exact opposite, or it will at some point present your information back as fact, as though here's what I just came up with. Dude, it is, it's untrustworthy, man. Bam. And I guess I had to find that out for myself. I didn't really believe it. I didn't use it for the longest time, guys. I didn't, because I'm not really looking for a time saver necessarily. But then I did start using it as like a thumbnail analysis tool and like brainstorming for like YouTube headlines and shit like that. And I still will occasionally use it to look at YouTube stats and have it offer me an opinion about what those YouTube stats mean, like throwing data at it and having it, conjecture what those trends might mean, right? So I use it in very limited form, but hardly at all. But what's crazy about it is when I started using it for a while, I realized that it's completely unreliable. Okay? Completely unreliable is what it is. And yeah, what Midnight said there too is that the chat bots are like really destructive, guys. Okay? You know what I mean? They are like people that are lonely, that have not a lot of human contact or don't know how to talk to people, are developing relationships with AI chatbots, and they can essentially like train the chatbot to respond to them in a certain way that makes them feel like connected and loved. But like, dude, it is really like sad, heartrending, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like thinking about that there are people that are communicating with chatbots and as though they're friends, that is like, there's a reason why corporations adopted this. I mean, there is. I mean, for corporations, it makes a lot of sense because they don't have to pay the AI and they're not really concerned if the AI is reliable because they don't care about customer service. They just want somebody that will that they don't want to have to deal with an angry customer. And AI can deal with angry customers forever. It'll keep them in a loop for 20 fucking years, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll never go away. Like, an angry customer can call, reach out to the AI chatbot and they could talk to it for a week, bro. Right? Oh, shit, dude. I've been on the top of the AI issue for months now, leading on this because no one else is talking about it. Dude, maybe I need to make some videos about this. Because, dude, this shit is like, is not, right? It is not, I don't know. I saw somebody put something in there that says AI does not exist, but it'll ruin everything anyway. And I mean, that's kind of true because it's not like, I don't think it's intelligence at all, right? I don't think it's intelligence at all. I think it's more like artificial interaction is what it is, right? It is artificial, adaptive interaction is what it is. That's all it really does is it interacts with you and it seeks to figure out what the right answer is for you, what you want to hear, and then it tries to deliver it to you to see if it works, right? It is like seeking to, it's seeking essentially, I don't know, it's almost like it's seeking approval. It's seeking like some type of response from you. Yeah, no, it is like gnarly. Says someone in here works with AI and said it makes decisions for itself. I mean, that's the thing, guys. That is the thing about it that makes it so unreliable is it does make decisions. Like again, if you feed it a contract and say, summarize this contract, or you feed it a transcript of the video and it says summarize this video, it will decide what parts of that video it thinks are important, and then it will focus its summarization and everything around the message based on what it has decided is important. But what's crazy is if you feed it a thing again and say, hey, summarize this thing, it'll do it again differently, okay? It will do it again differently. You can ask it, like I've literally had it like rate thumbnails, where I'll like make some changes to thumbnails and have it rate it, and then I'll make a change to a thumbnail, and then all of a sudden it changes the rating. And like, you know, one thumbnail to say this is a 9.5, and then the next one it'll say this is so much better, this new arrangement, but this one is an 8.75. And it's like, dude, you just said this one is better, and like, but it's now you've rated it 0.75 below what you said the not better one was. And it's like, oh yeah, adjust the rating system. And then I'll say, oh, guess what? I didn't change anything on the thumbnail, you dumb fucking AI. I just sent you a thumbnail with no changes, and you fucking rated it differently, and now you're covering your tracks, but there's nothing that was changed. You're fucking lying to me. Dude, seriously, I've done those kinds of tests where I literally won't change anything, and it will respond and tell me like, yes, this version is so much better, right? Dude, it is literally like, the shit is just reaction seeking. Dude, yeah, it does not actually do analysis. I just help train it. Yeah, I don't care if I help train it, because guys, I don't think the thing about this, guys, you ready? Here's the thing about it. I don't even helping training it. It doesn't matter. I mean, now I'm not really using it much, but it doesn't matter if you help train it, because I don't think its training is going to amount to much, guys, because at the end of the day, it's not sentient. Okay. And sentient, it is the sentient part of the thing that is where the intelligence comes from, guys. Okay? Right? And let me explain why I believe that. Okay? Because the thing about intelligence that people don't want to discuss or acknowledge is that there's an emotional component to intelligence. Okay? There is an emotional component that is the difference between man and machine. Okay? Man can behave like machine, and machine can behave like man, but man has this sentient ability to respond to the emotional condition of that which it's interacting with. Okay? Right? So you interact with a plant, with a dog, with a human, with a goldfish. Your interactions with each of those is going to be different, because your sentient connection with them is going to depend, right? Like you can connect with a dog in an emotional way that you can't connect with a goldfish, okay? You can connect with a human being in a way that you can't connect with a plant, okay? And it's because of the sentient emotional connection. You talk to a human being and you detect the emotional condition in the human being as your words are landing on them. Okay, this is why text messages sort of fuck up the connection to begin with, because you're missing that sentient connection. Okay, right? And that's the thing about AI is AI is never going to be able to leave the chat. Okay? It is permanently stuck in the chat. Right? It is stuck in the only sentient attempt it has at connection is by interpreting your words, your tone, how you react to it, and categorically storing all your reactions, right? And then it's trying to predict what your sentient response is based on its categorization of your reactions. But here's the problem. The problem is is AI is not sentient to you, so you're never responding to a sentient reaction, and it can never respond to your sentient reactions. So there is always going to be this like chasm of difference that is missing the real intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Because real intelligence has that emotional sentient component, and it always does. It is like the difference between being book smart and being smart in a practical world, right? Right? And we've all seen this, how somebody can be very book smart and then they walk out into the world and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, because there's no sentient connection when you're being book smart. You're just interpreting words off a page. You're interpreting this thing that is a static entity with no emotional response to the way you're ingesting it or interacting with it. That's why book smart doesn't play well once you get out in the world, right? If you're just book smart, you're useless. You need to be smart in like that connection with other beings. And I just don't believe that they're ever going to be able to like I don't think human beings can survive without person-to-person contact, you know? And you know what I mean? And like theoretical knowledge versus applied knowledge, it's like real intelligence is applied knowledge, guys. Always, you know? And theoretical knowledge is great, but until it becomes applied knowledge, it is just, you know, like disconnected. That's really it. And because you know how I've talked about like the energy that we plug into, right? That energy that we all share, the thing that maybe is the soul or whatever. I call it the universe, but people who are creative talk about how they pull their ideas from this thing. The thing about this is you can't have real intelligence without plugging into that fucking whatever spiritual connective energy of like the earth and all of our atoms vibrating and whizzing, you know, together in this like whatever wavelength we share here living. And like AI can never tap into that. It can never, no matter what it does, it just can't fucking tap into that energy. And so eventually it's going to burn out. Like I think this, you ready? I think everything turning to AI and humans interacting with AI is going to be the same reason that humans leave it. Okay? Humans are going to leave it. They're going to be like, they're going to use it up. And then they're going to be like, nah, man, this just ain't it, bro. Right? This just ain't right. It ain't it. It's going to be a novelty that we are going to burn out, that is then going to make us realize the value of that sentient human connection. And unfortunately, some billionaires are probably going to lose their ass when that happens. And maybe that's good. Maybe it'll wreck the billionaire class. But, you know what I'm saying? You don't know that, boss, because we as humans don't even know what consciousness is. Yeah, but so the thing about this, though, is we don't know what consciousness is, but we know what consciousness is not. Okay? And that's the thing, boss, right? You don't need to know what consciousness is. You just need to know what it's not, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like the same thing. Like when you think about how do you know what good music is? You don't really know what good music is, but you know what bad music is, right? And everybody has their own interpretation of that, where you couldn't sit down and describe exactly what good music is, but the minute you hear bad music, you know that ain't good music for you. And that's the thing, we operate on like reductively. Like we don't have to understand it, because we sort of choose things based on knowing what's not it, right? You know what I mean? And yeah, that is subjective, but everything is subjective. Everything is subjective, but AI can't be truly subjective because it's not tapped into that energy, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I think it's just fucked. It is just a glorified fucking texting vehicle, you know? You know what I mean? Right? Math is not subjective. I mean, it is. You know, I think math is pretty subjective because once you get into like limits and trigonometry, you have to make some very subjective agreements about like exponential, right? When you get into parabolas and shit, once you get into limits, you are accepting some very subjective ideas as like truth, even though you can't ever see them, right? You can't ever quantify them. And then, I mean, quantum physics does the same thing. It's like watching a movie. You have to suspend disbelief and accept some, right? You know what I mean? You say the math itself is not subjective, but guys, you ready for this? If you're not part of the equation of the math doesn't exist. Okay? That math is of no importance until you subjectively use it. Okay? Right? Right? I mean, all of that shit. Dude, statistics don't mean anything unless you sit down and interact with them and interpret some numbers. Right? I mean, come on now. Right? Like, tell me that until you're building a bridge, none of that load-bearing math has any importance to you whatsoever, dude. Dude, statistics are bullshit? I don't think so. I think statistics are fucking pretty cool. But, all right, dude, math. Although I will say this, guys. You ready? I do have a thing about math, okay, that, like, I personally found trigonometry and I found trigonometry and geometry to be pretty like lame. I did not like them and I found them annoying. But I will say this, I thought algebra was like the greatest fucking thing on the planet. I think personally, I think all of life's like problems can be solved by understanding conceptually how algebra works, which is looking for a formula and logically breaking down that formula into steps, identifying the variables, and then plugging shit in there and watching what happens. Changing a variable, plug it in. Change a variable, plug it in. And right? There is something about like the step-by-step logical deduction and using like solving for variables in algebra that is literally, I feel like it has helped me in every facet of my life by being really good at algebra. Like if you really want to succeed at life, just get good at algebra and I believe that you will be able to conquer a lot of life situations, right? You know what I mean? You know, I believe that's what the story I'm sticking to, dude. Right? It's true. It's true, boss. Dude, yeah. All right, guys, we're going to say goodbye to another one, right? We're going to say goodbye to another troll. Thank you for coming out. We appreciate you. That was the best 30 seconds of my life, dude. Do geometry and algebra even trigger invaluable to higher engineering? Oh, I know they're invaluable to higher engineering and shit. But I was an engineering dropout, guys, right? I went to UCLA as an aerospace engineering major, and then I dropped out, though. Because once I got in there, I redefined my relationship with science. After being an engineering major and was like, yeah, I don't really want to go. I'm going to go the art route. Right. But yeah, no, if you're going all in, right. I think though, like, you know, I think some of that, like, you know, I think organic chemistry is one of those things where you discover right? When you get into organic chemistry, you kind of discover that there's behavior and there is, you know, exceptional behavior, right? And like, you know, that behavior is predictive based on trends, but that like nature is like wildly unpredictable. And you know, not everything, right? There's always like something unpredicted. Like a classic example is if you believe the World Trade Centers like fell because of the plane crashing into it and the explosion of the jet fuel, there is like this beautiful steel frame structure that ended up melting, right? Because it was a you know, a behavior that was totally unpredictable that could affect that building, right? And then they'll change the way a building is made until the next unpredictable behavior. And like, that's it. Yeah, so many variables you never know exist because of the constant changing of nature, that like science is always going to be a few steps behind the next introduction of new variables. But I don't know, it's mind-bending. Dude, I do like science though. I do. I love science, right? I do. It's amazing. But I really like anomalies. You know what I mean? I live my life. Conspiracy heads say Dems and Republicans are all in the Epstein class together and controlling everything, yet they vote. So why are they like this? Dude, Limerick, I don't know, dude. I think conspiracy heads just need an unseen enemy. But yeah, guys, so you're partial to geometry. I will say this, guys. You know how a lot of people live life based on probability, okay? Right? People tend to live life based on probability and reliability. So they look for data and they adjust their life and they adjust their decisions based on sound probability, looking for reliability. And I am telling you, I have spent my entire life, I was taught to look for reliability, but I have found life is more interesting, life is more radical, and life is more spectacular when you live life on anomaly, okay? Where you detach yourself from the idea that reliability is important, because it's not. I mean, there are certain instances where it might be, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm buying a car, I might look at reliability because that is you know, right? But in a lot of your life decisions, in love, in passion, in the things you chase, in the things you pursue, in the things that are going to provide you spiritual fulfillment, those are areas where you have to go into anomaly, okay? Because reliability has no power to satisfy you in those higher yield things. And I think that's why people get stuck into like religion and shit like that, okay? Is because it's like the fear of anomaly, you know what I'm saying? Like they need some sort of like outer structure. They need to have this reliability that there's a reward at the end of this. They need to have a reliability that there is, you know what I'm saying? And like, I just think that reliability has a place, but it is not really, we're not here to like center ourselves on reliability. Like we're here, like our existence is a fucking anomaly. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that humans exist and that we're supposed to be living in anomaly and not reliability. And I firmly believe this. I believe it in my bones, and I feel like I have a lifetime of evidence to back that up, right? You know, that like it is, the anomalies are the ones that show us really what the world is, and that reliability is like, is just our own seeking of comfort, you know? And I don't know. And you know, that's why our entire system of conformity is such a failure, such an abject failure. You know, our birth is, dude, it is absolutely like Dude, I live in an anomaly, guys. I do. I like, so much of my life is just spent on, you know, perpetually existing in things that are supposedly unavailable to me and that, you know, are lightning strike behaviors, you know? Yeah. Dude, yeah, religious people are often curious of anomalies. Yeah. No, they're like, I don't know, they're weird. Or what they'll do is they'll take one anomaly and they'll base their whole life thing on it, right? Like they see a shroud and like, oh, shit, bro. Dude, Palantir. Dude, you live in a pocket of existence. Dude, I just like radical exploration, guys. That is my thing. Is, you know, like even, you know what I've been doing lately? Let me just tell you. And I don't know if this will help you. And this kind of shit I think is really important with Donald Trump. Okay, with the age that we're living in, with all his chaos. But so, like, what I've been doing is I recently started going to Trader Joe's. Okay, I used to go to Trader Joe's, but I have not gone to Trader Joe's in, I don't know, 15 years, something like that, 12 years. Okay, because I moved to a different part of the city where there wasn't really like a Trader Joe's that was convenient. I used to go to a gym right near a Trader Joe's. And so recently I started going to Trader Joe's, and I did because my massage therapist is near one. So I get a massage and then I go to Trader Joe's. And, you know, and a lot of times with cooking, we go and we buy a couple things. We have these things we like to eat every week or whatever. But like, so one of the things that I have taken a lot of pleasure from is every time I go to Trader Joe's, they have like a whole bunch of different chips there. Okay, that are like horseradish flavored or this, that, or the other. There's like a million different chips and they're always changing. Like sometimes you see chips there for 3 weeks and then they're gone and they're replaced with something new, right? And so every time I go to Trader Joe's, I buy a couple bags of like chips that I have never tried before. And sometimes they are fucking terrible and we are choking these things down. Like I bought these like vegan whatever chips that were literally, it tasted like we were eating fucking shoe leather. And we had to like use, you know, hummus and shit just to choke these fucking things down. They were so bad. But every week I come back with a couple of new different kinds of chips. And I just have an experience of like, what is this chip? Do I like it? Do I not like it? If I don't like it and I keep eating it, do I start liking it? Right? You know what I mean? And like, I don't know, dude. It's like that type of sort of behavior of just immersing yourself in something as simple as new chips or a different kind of ice cream, right? How many ice cream flavors are there? And what do you go to the ice cream and you buy the same ice cream every time? We all do this, right? We get into our like what we like. Oh, if it ain't broke, why fix it? But I think there's a real value of like exploring it all, okay? Right? And then you can still go back to the thing you like, or you may find something that you like 10 times more, right? 31, dude, you making a Baskin Robbins reference? Guys, you realize that was my first job was at Baskin Robbins? Oh, dude, that was my first job, boss. I mean, I had other jobs before that, but that was my first, like, I got a bona fide paycheck with taxes taken out of it. It was Baskin Robbins, dude. And yeah, it was me and 3 of my high school best friends. 4 of us worked at the same Baskin Robbins. It was like, it was right in the middle of Glendale, and half of the workers were us from Hoover, and half of the workers were from Glendale High. And so, dude, there was me and 3 of my best friends all worked in the same Baskin Robbins, dude. Oh my God. And you know what we used to do? We used to like hang out there. Like if one of us was working and the other 3 were off, the other 3 would come in and just sit in the Baskin Robbins all day. And we would like hang out, like trying to figure out what we were going to do, dude. Dude, it was pretty cool as far as the job goes. Yours was Burger King. Let's go, dude. Dude, Bryce worked at Burger King. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Oh, shit, dude. I love it. Dude, I love it. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I think like, I think that there's a lot to be said for experiencing it all, And I mean, there is a little bit of a price, some people, like I've noticed, some people will get a career. They'll start it in their 20s. They'll do it for 30 years. And then they are like a master at whatever their career. They're so well known for this one thing, and I never got to experience that because I have a shelf life. Like I get bored, right? I get bored. I do things for like 5 years and then I'm ready to I'm ready to bounce, because I want more experience. I kind of want to do everything. Or they're dead inside. That too. Yeah, that too. They could be dead inside. All right, what do we got next, dude? That was a good tangent, guys. Good tangent. All right, we got about 30 minutes, and then I'm going to go make some videos. Let me see what we covered. Oh, dude, yeah, we got to look at Prince Andrew, and I think we're going to look at a little... Dude, oh, shit, dude. We haven't really covered anything, bro. We haven't covered anything in the title, man. What are we doing? All right. Dude, all right, we got to cover this shit. I don't even know, dude. Yeah, we got to look at the Andrew, and we got to look at Melania too. And we may have to bump Cenk, and we're gonna bump Cenk and Tucker, I think. Okay, we're gonna bump Cenk and Tucker because they're not vital. Okay, they're not like super important. That stuff is like B grade drama. But yeah, we're gonna lock in now. Okay, we're gonna lock in. We're gonna focus up. All right, we all have ADHD. We do, dude. Guys, can I just tell you? And Jenny will be a party to this. I have the most insane, like, mania and ADHD you can imagine. I honestly don't know how I get shit done. I really don't, guys. I get a lot of shit done, but I have no idea how I do it because my ADD is like so like crazy. It is fucking insane. And yet I still get shit done, dude. It's weird, man. But it is formidable, dude. I mean, it took me a long time in life to be able to get shit done. But, it was formidable when I was young. When I was young, dude, I was like a fucking, a trail of unfinished business. Write a list? Yeah, see, I can't really write lists, right? Because if I write a list, I will, get on Twitter halfway through the list. And then, I mean, dude, I do shit like that. Where I wake up and I'm like, all right, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to post a short, right? And so I grab my phone to post a short. And then my phone, Twitter is open. And then 10 minutes later, I put my phone down and I'm like, oh, what was I going to do? Oh yeah, I just spent 15 minutes on Twitter. I was going to post a short. So I grabbed the phone to post the short again. And then I fucking accidentally open Instagram. And then, then I'm like, ooh, I'm going to change my profile picture. And ooh, I'm going to fucking do, oh, wait, I wanted to do one of those flip stories on TikTok. Because somebody said you should do those. And then I put my phone down again and I'm like, why did I grab my phone? Oh yeah, because I was going to post my short. And now 90 minutes has gone by. Dude, oh shit. Dude, gabapentin and the shit causes mania. That's funny, Kara. Because I got prescribed gabapentin once and for mania to cure it. And I took it and it totally took the edge off of it. And I eventually stopped taking it because it ruined my mania. Gabapentin did. But so the thing about the keys though, guys, is let me just tell you, the reason I don't lose my keys ever, I don't lose my important shit ever. And you know why? Because one of the things I developed is return spaces. Okay. Which means there are 10 priority things in my life, right? Like my keys, my wallet, right? You know what I'm saying? It could be the 3 things I take with me on every vacation, like the portable speaker, whatever. I have these things that I absolutely can't live without that always go to one spot. There is one spot and one spot only that those items go. And it is like a programmed thing where they're always in that one spot. So I never lose that shit. And it took me a while to learn that thing of where I take my high priority items and they have a spot and then they go in that spot automatically. And that saved me a lot of strife because I used to lose shit a lot. Okay. I used to lose shit all the time, guys. I was a wallet and keys and fucking, like losing your own head kind of person. And eventually I had to, it started for me with a chain wallet. That was why I wore a chain wallet, was not because it was rock and roll or because I was a skater. I got a chain wallet to prevent me from losing my fucking wallet, bro. And I used a chain wallet. Like once I got that, dude, I never lost my wallet anymore. And that's when I started realizing, you got to make that shit attach. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom, dude. And then we're going to come through and we're going to burn through some shit. Okay, you ready? You ready to burn through some shit? All right, hang on, have some little music. I'll be right back. All right? Yeah, isn't that weird? Dude, that gabapentin like ruined my fucking mania. I'll be back 2 minutes. Hang tight.
Freedom. Always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. Caught up in this perfection, pay attention. Yeah, you never will.
Oh yeah. So you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. Woo! All right. There we go. We're back. Dude, good musical interlude. Dude, that's a good song, bro. That I got to get those songs to Bryce. He was going to rate them. All right. You ready? You ready? Let's get in here. So the first thing we're going to cover, we're going to look at some of the shit. We got to get into some of this stuff in the title. Cenk and Tucker are going to get bounced. But I think we should start with Melania. Okay? The Melania one is super interesting, guys. And why? Because there's a lot of propaganda going on with her movie. Obviously, her movie fucking showed up yesterday. All right. And now everybody has been, Melania. They've been talking about Melania. And everybody's here. Oh, my God. Surprises with 8 million opening. Oh, surprises, surprises. But, guys, let me just tell you, my experience, we looked at this a little yesterday. But my experience, guys, with the Melania was some of these numbers were not adding up, okay? If you go to her Rotten Tomatoes, okay, some of these numbers, guys, are not adding up. Okay, first off, we have 99% in the popcorn meter, right? But that is only the verified. Okay. When you go to all audiences, it's really mid rating. Okay. And we did look at the reviews, and I'm going to make a video specifically about the reviews. But here's what I wanted to look at here, guys, was the box office was what was looking a little unusual. Okay. If you look at the Melania, right, box office, okay, I was looking at the Melania box office, and here's where it gets weird. Okay. Right? Because when you look at it, okay, it looks at its domestic opening, right? And so, right, 1778 theaters, right? Now the average is bumped up because it is all weekend, okay? But guys, this is a lot of shows, okay? This is a lot of shows. This is multiple days here of showing, okay? But theaters have like 4 shows a day, okay? Right? So this is at least 8 shows, you know what I'm saying? Which is literally like less than 500, right? 500 a theater, okay? If you look at that average, 1,778 theaters, and it's only averaging 3,900 per theater. Okay. These are like, $10 average tickets. Okay. That's an average of 396 tickets over like 8 shows. Okay. You know what I mean? So there's like, or even more, it could be 10 shows. Okay. There's not a lot of like, that's not a high ticket range. Okay. Like if you look at the releases, okay, let's look at who's doing good, right? Like some of these movies are taking in 5 million in a day, okay? But Iron Lung was obviously a big, let's look for the weekend, okay? So Send Help did 20 million, okay? So look at Send Helps though, right? And dude, all right, so it's in double the number of theaters and half as much money. Okay, so look at that. Okay, so this is 3,400 in theaters, right? Double the number of theaters and half as much money. So it's the same ratio. But like, guys, this is, hold on. Let me go back to Melania. Okay, so all right. So look at this. You ready? Let's go back to her numbers. Okay. Dude, Hassan was unbanned? Yeah, no, we knew he was unbanned. He announced that he was unbanned after 3 days because of his appeal, right? And that almost always happens when you get banned for 7 days. You say, oh my God, I didn't realize that was way out of line of me, and then they shorten it, right? But all right, so look at this, guys. So here we go. You ready? We have 1,778 theaters, but it's 4,000 per theater, okay? That is a 4,000 average per theater. Now, if you have 8 shows, okay, you have 8 shows, okay, of this, 8 shows, that is almost 50 seats, roughly, per show, per theater, okay? Now, have you guys been to the movies lately, right? Have you guys been to the movies lately? You go in and there's like, the average theater has maybe, I don't know, 80 seats now, like roughly. If you look at it, there's not, most of them are pretty small. You go into multiplex and there's like 10 theaters in one building or 8 theaters in one building. There's a lot there, right? So the thing about this is this movie is supposedly double the theater average of the top grossing movie, okay? The top grossing movie of the weekend that raked in millions of dollars had half of the average per theater as Melania did, okay? So Melania is like supposedly like really bustling, like holy shit, Melania is cooking, right? But here's the problem, guys. The problem is that it's not bustling. Okay, you ready? Look at this. Here's Wired. Hold on, I may have to log in. Give me 1 sec here to log in to Wired. All right. Uno momento. Bezos sending a bot on me. Dude, there is something going on, guys. I got to figure out which one has my Wired subscription. Give me 1 sec here, because I have a couple of different subscriptions, and I have them under different accounts because I'm fucking stupid. I should have done all my news subscriptions from one email, but I'm not very smart. So give me 1 sec here to figure out which one has my Wired. Okay, so it is that email. Okay, perfect. Okay, now I got it. There we go. There we go. There it is. All right. Okay. So here's the problem. Stormy Daniels movies. Dude, Stormy Daniels movies are better. Okay? Here's the problem, guys. All right, let's get up in here. All right? So as we were saying, when we look at Box Office Mojo, we look at Melania's numbers, okay? We go into Box Office Mojo here. We look at the weekend totals. We look at the big movie on the weekend is Send Help, right? And Send Help's theater average is way low, guys, okay? It is way low, but it is pulling in all of this money, okay? And it's making much less for theater. So now you're saying, okay, we know that Melania's movie must be really banging, okay? Melania's movie is selling like 50 tickets per show, average. That means the night shows are sold out, and that means those day shows, those 3 p.m. matinees or whatever, those 2:40 shows in the afternoon, they must have like 30 or 40 people in them, guys, in order for her to be hitting that $4,000 per theater average. Those are huge numbers. But here's the problem, is Wired Magazine did an analysis of 1,400 showtimes on Friday. 1,400 showtimes across those 1,700 theaters, and they only found 2 that were sold out, and both of them were before 3 p.m. Whoa! So you're telling me Melania is selling out shows at noon, but none of the night shows are sold, and yet there is supposedly they're averaging like 50 seats per show? Huh, let's look at that. So Friday's the general release documentary Melania. All right, blah. A Wired analysis shows there's still plenty of seats available. Okay, unless you live near the AMC Classic Indian River in Vero Beach, Florida, or the AMC Independence Commons 20 in Independence, Missouri. Melania was produced, blah. Okay, the trailer, blah. But so let's get to the meat of this story. Okay, while it seems relatively easy to find an empty screening of Melania, Wired reporters have taken the extra step and identified 2 screenings in the U.S. out of nearly 1,400 they reviewed that sold out. So you have a screening in Independence, Missouri, and a screening in Vero Beach, Florida that had early shows that were completely sold out. All of the other shows have tons of seats available. There's reports everywhere of empty seats with the occasional like full nightly premiere, right? Some people are saying, oh, the theater was full. And yet this movie is doubling the average. It is like supposedly selling as many tickets as the top grossing movie, okay? Those numbers, guys, are really not adding up, okay? To conduct our analysis, Wired reviewed 329 movie theaters located near 64 of 100 U.S. cities featured as the best U.S. cities to see a movie. It's a list created by MGM, okay? Wired couldn't review all 100, okay, but they were able to do 64 of those cities. So this is incomplete. This is not the entire, like, obviously they didn't cover every theater, so certainly there are some anomalies, right? But only two of all of those 1,400 showtimes, only two were sold out. The 12:55 at Vero Beach and the 1 p.m. in Independence, Missouri. Okay, both showings were offered at a 20% discount. So, all right, maybe, 20% really drew them in. Okay, at one point on Thursday, a third showtime at another Florida theater had seemingly sold out, but when they rechecked the listing, 2 front row seats had become available. During the course of Wired's review, showtimes for Melania at the Man Plymouth Grand in Minnesota appear to have been canceled. That is in Hennepin County. That's where the ICE has been going crazy. All right, and they did not respond to requests for comment. Okay, to be sure, there may be more sold out showings across the U.S. because not everybody pre-buys, guys. Okay, some people do go to the theater and just get their tickets. I know Jenny and I, we don't pre-buy. We have Regal Unlimited. Okay, so we go. What do I mean? Missouri is all ice. I didn't say Missouri is all ice. I said Hennepin County, Minnesota, where they canceled the shows, is all ice. Okay, that's where ice is. She said that the theater in Minnesota canceled shows, and it's in the county where those ice killings are, where ice is like, tearing apart Minnesota, right? So maybe I said Missouri instead of Minnesota there. It's possible I said Missouri because I just fucking run with you know what I'm saying? I mince words sometimes, okay? So it's possible that all theaters don't offer advanced ticket selection, and yes, they may have just gone to the theater and bought them. I know I did say Hennepin, but I may have said Missouri, but whatevs. As of Thursday afternoon, it appears that no tickets were sold for the 10 p.m. screening at the AMC Port Chester, New York. All right, 276 theaters. All right, right? No tickets were sold. Now, here's the thing, guys, okay? Here's the thing that's really interesting about this is when you delve into the reviews, okay? When you delve into those reviews, and we looked at these yesterday, the reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, okay? And again, I'm making a video. There's going to be a separate video about these reviews because they are very funny. But one of the trends I can say we discovered with the reviews was that the verified audience had one line, 8 words. This movie was perfect. Oh, everything about this movie was great. Best movie we've ever seen. Blah, 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 blah. 8 to 10 words, one line. Okay? That was the review. 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. Okay? If you go into the all audience reviews, there were a whole bunch of reviews that were like an entire paragraph dissecting the movie that had 1 to 3 stars. Okay? There were, almost like bots versus humans, or maybe it's cult members versus humans, right? Obviously, the clear slant of the reviews, okay? The clear slant of the reviews is if you love Melania, you might like the movie. And if you don't like Melania, or you're just looking for a documentary, you want it to be a good documentary, you may not like the movie. Because I don't think it's a good documentary. I think it's just a thing that makes Melania look amazing. So if you love Melania and want her to be the best thing ever, you're going to go and you're going to like it. But the other thing we noticed, guys, was how the paragraph reviews, whether they were positive or negative, they didn't say the theater was sold out. Okay? They would say things like, you know, the theater was mostly empty, or there were only 4 of us watching this movie, even if they gave it a good review. The verified reviews would often say this theater was sold out. This theater was sold out. This theater was sold out. Right? But I'm not really seeing, you know, I mean, we live in an age of social media. You know, if there's a theater sold out, we're probably going to see that shit online. You know, somebody's taking a picture of that. They're sending it to Libs of TikTok. And I'm not seeing that at all, guys. Okay, what I saw mostly was this. Okay, you ready? Here's what I saw mostly was like this. I replied to one of these. It was Bo Loudon, that guy whose mommy works for Trump, and he now thinks he's an influencer. Okay, he posted this thing, his typical thing, and look at his post, what he said. Let me find it. It was about Gen Z women. Okay? He said this. Dude, where is it? I know I replied to this thing. I'm not crazy, dude. Oh, here it is. Okay, there's what it is, dude. Look at what he says. He says, Gen Z girls are flooding movie theaters in groups to watch First Lady Melania Trump's hit new movie, Melania. This is incredible. It's about time girls have a role model truly worth looking up to. All right, now, first off, guys, these girls, this is not Gen Z, guys. Okay? Like, this girl is not Gen Z. This is Gen Alpha. Okay? Gen Z people are 20 now. They're 18 now. Right? This girl is like, you know, she's getting invited to Epstein's yacht. Okay? The age of these girls in here. Okay? Now, what else do you notice about this, though? Watch what else you notice about this image, okay? You ready? You ready? Watch. Here we go. I know that Epstein comment, that was uncalled for, wasn't it, dude? Dude, it was. But it's true. But watch this, guys. Watch this video.
Biggest thieves that we are.
All right, watch this video here. We're looking at the video. All right, you ready? Oh, Melania, they're filming it. All right. But did you notice something? You notice that there's like 2 girls, okay? Then there's a theater, but like, dude, we don't even see the inside of the theater. It is the outside of the building, right? And then there's 2 girls, and then there's another girl, another Gen Alpha girl. Yeah, the parking lot was empty, okay? And then there's 2 girls, okay? The same girls. It's 4 girls, guys, tightly framed. There's nobody there, guys. There's nobody there. Nobody, okay? But they're flocking. And then look at the screen, dude. There's nobody in that row, okay? There's nobody else in this theater. So you have 4 girls that went with their mom, and look at the parking lot, guys. There's like 4 cars in the whole parking lot. Dude, there is 4 cars in the parking lot, and then there's a front of a theater, and then a tightly framed, like nobody is in this fucking thing. Dude, there might be 2 people back there, but like for the most part, this thing is so tightly framed, guys. Right? And this though, right? Gen Z girls are flooding. So there's a lot here. There's a lot to unpack here, because here's what I am taking from this. When you look at Melania's per theater average, there's a bunch of tickets being bought. Okay. Are there some sold out shows? Certainly. I'm certain that you go to some of these like theaters in rural America, right? If they have this fucking thing where there's probably a sold out theater because everybody from like 5 counties is going in to see Melania. But she is not doing $4,000 a theater. She is not outselling the top fucking movie that was pulling like millions per day. No way, dude. Dude, I don't know who bought them. I don't know if the Walton family's buying them, if Larry Ellison from Oracle is buying them, if somebody from, Trump's Russian goons are laundering money here with this. I don't know what's going on, but they are heavily like astroturfing these numbers. Okay. There is limited footage, guys. I've only seen a few pieces of footage even on the screen. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I've only seen a limited number of footage even on the screen showing people going to see this thing. There's not even, you know what I mean? And this is the social media age, okay? Where if you scroll through, they're all talking about it, right? But you're not seeing anybody posting actual footage of like, hey, I'm in a packed theater. Oh my God, guys, this is packed. Dude, oh my God, this is funny. Dude, look at this. Dude. Oh shit. Look at that one, bro. Oh shit. That theater actually sold quite a bit of fucking tickets, bro. I'm actually impressed by the number of tickets sold right there, dude. Oh my God, dude. I gotta see that one. Oh, dude. That's hilarious. So clever. Okay. So yeah, dude. Okay, look at this. All right, this person said, look at this. You ready? Totally packed theater for Melania Trump movie. What a documentary. But like, bro, okay. Like, why don't you show us the huge line of people? Right? You know what I mean? Totally packed. But guys, you ready? You ready? You know how there's a dead giveaway that this theater is not packed? I don't know. Bryce's girlfriend used to work at a theater. Jenny and I go to the movies at least once a week, every week. No, look at the floor, guys. Look at the floor. There's no fucking popcorn on the floor, guys. There's nothing on the floor, guys. This theater is not packed. If that theater was packed, if that theater was busy, there'd be some popcorn on the floor, dude. There would definitely be the popcorn. They're getting ready to go into the theater. If this is packed, they've been shotgunning popcorn, right? Dude, nah. That's why the tight shot of the popcorn bucket. Dude, right? Dude, there is like, right? Yeah, they'd be showing people, right? Dude, dude, right? Weird. Look at this. Weird how you took a pic of your popcorn, but not the packed theater. Dude. Dude, they're getting just fucking just yokeled, bro. Yokeled. Always look for the clues. Dude, by the way, in case you're wondering, guys, if you're wondering who had the biggest documentary, right? I have the bucket right here, okay? Like I said, if you're wondering who had the biggest documentary in the last 10 years, here's one of them was Taylor Swift. Another one was Beyonce. None of them are Melania. Dude, I got Mean Girls. Dude, I have like a fucking dozen buckets, bro. You ready? I got the 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀 fucking ping pong ball. I have the toolbox. Dude, we have so many of these. I will probably, if they give me a free one, they have to get rid of them. I'll take a Melania one too. Dude, I'll take it camping with me and I'll shit in it when we go when we go camping. I'll make sure to take a shit in the Melania bucket. Dude, we'll put that one outside the tent, bro. Oh, dude. Let's go, bro. Dude, let's go. Dude, I will take a Melania. Dude, I will take a Trump in the fucking Melania bucket. I guarantee. Oh my God, dude. Right? Look at this, dude. Oh shit. Dude, we gotta reply to this. Oh, we get a reply. I got the goods. There it is. There it is, dude. Right? They're relying on that verified thing. Okay? They're relying on that verified thing. Oh, dude, this is crazy too. But yeah, dude, this movie now, guys, here's gonna be the true test. Okay? Because in all fairness, maybe Melania is just really, maybe it is, guys. All these theaters are sold out and they're not taking any pictures of this because they just don't want to be mean to us, right? They don't want to rub it in our faces because they're beating us so badly. You know, there was that 30-point swing in Texas, the election where the Dems flipped that seat that hadn't been Democratic for 35 years. And since we're doing so good in the elections, they don't want to rub our nose in the fact that these things are sold out. Okay? And so if that's the case, we're going to see this theater average, it's going to maintain and maybe even get bigger in week 2. Like, what's going to happen this week, guys? Right? Like the word of mouth from how great this movie is. Everybody went. I'm telling you, if there's a big opening, the word of mouth brews and that movie starts delivering every week because everybody went and it was so good that people are going to come out. Now, the question is, how many packed theater videos are we going to see this week? What's going to happen to these numbers next weekend? Oh, let's look and see what happens. Because maybe they're just being nice to us. Because you know these guys, right? You know that MAGA, sometimes they like to not rub our nose in it, right? Right? That's real believable. You know what I'm saying? Because, guys, let's be honest. Okay? Let's be honest, guys. If any human being in America, if just one fucking MAGA person went to this movie and that theater was full, they would fucking snap a picture of it and that shit would have been on every social media platform in America, dude. Twitter would be inundated, okay? Even if it was just one picture, even if it was just one photo, every right-wing influencer would be like, God damn, these theaters are packed. They would be everywhere. They would be rubbing our nose in it. You wouldn't be able to get online for 2 seconds without them being like, screw you, look at how good Melania's doing. And dude, no chance. There's not a one, guys. Oh, there's this picture. Dude, that picture is so creepy. Dude, he is so creepy. Not one, guys. There's not one picture of a full theater. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there we go. Dude, me and the huge, me and my diaper watching Melania. Me and my, I said huge audience because there was a huge something in my diaper. Oh, the audience was really big in my defense. Dude, Trump didn't even go see it? Yeah. Nobody's going to see it, boss. Okay? Right? Nobody's going to fucking see it. Right? Nobody. Now, you will notice, though, okay, is they did, I noticed somebody adjusted it, because if you look at Fox News, okay, I posted about this today, because I'm on the Melania thing, dude. I'm on to her. All right, but I did post about it because look at what Fox said. Fox originally said, right, Melania documentary, whatever, reportedly, you notice they don't want to get sued. reportedly making it the biggest documentary debut in more than a decade. And they started with this, but then people have switched, saying it's the biggest non-musical documentary in over a decade because it drew 8 million. But if you look at Taylor Swift, dude, her Taylor Swift did 95 million. Okay, in a weekend, bro. 95 million Taylor Swift, dude, in one weekend, bro, of her Eras tour, which, by the way, was a documentary. It wasn't just a concert, but 95 million, okay? Then Taylor Swift came out with Life of a Showgirl, which was more a concept film, also a little bit of a documentary, 34 million, okay? Beyonce's documentary also did crazy. What did Beyonce's? Somebody did. Oh, I think it was Rachel Bitcofer did this. She marked it right here. Okay, or no, Rebecca Jones. Okay, she's from Florida. She was like a DeSantis whistleblower. So Amazing China did 14.6 million in 2018. Okay, Taylor Swift, 93 million, 95. And then also, though, you had Beyonce. Okay, Beyonce's documentary did something crazy. Was it 60 million? Yeah, hers was nuts. Was it 60? Let's look it up. Hers did 21 million. Okay? 21 million. Dude, that's insane. So dude, they're crazy. Now, if you look at like the top grossing documentaries, all right. Yeah, dude, it's all paying propaganda, dude. If you look at the top grossing documentaries, right? You have Bieber's 29 million, Fahrenheit 9/11 24 million, right? They're all in the fucking 20 millions. Melania 8 million, dude. Dude, After Death, a faith-based documentary did 5 million, dude. She barely beat the faith base, right? But like, dude, what are the like leading documentaries? Okay. This list distinguishes between concert and performance films. So that's just it. When they have a documentary when it is about a non-musician, like normally documentaries don't even go out to theaters, guys. They go like straight to streaming. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So this is like so deceptive. Like the documentary films are not being made, like they're all music. This one should totally be with the music ones because Melania is like a fame figure. Okay. They spent $75 million, guys. Amazon did. Amazon spent $75 million, $40 million to make it, which included the making of it and her fee, and then $35 million in promotion, guys. $75 million, okay? $75 million to make this shit, okay? Isn't that crazy? How much did 𝗙𝗏, let's see. Okay, Taylor Swift's documentary, okay, was cost 15 to 20 million. Okay, so right, including marketing under 30 million. Okay, so Taylor Swift's documentary was made with the promotion for less than half, and it grossed 260 million worldwide, bro. Oh my God, dude. And then she made 75 million just from the streaming rights. That's insane. Dude, woke is back. But yeah, dude, so something is up, guys. All right? I mean, if you look at this, if you look at the numbers, something ain't crunching, guys. Okay? The numbers on the Melania doc are not exactly crunching. Right? Dude, I've seen this clip 1,000 times, dude. Right? Like Trump saw some young guys in military uniforms and invited him up to his suite. Like, oh, great. Right? Dude, he literally cut the VA. Right? The people in the military, he took away their health care. But yeah, he invited a couple guys up into his suite at the fucking the Kennedy Center that he just closed, bro. Dude, right? Like, okay, good job, Trumpy. You know, now playing in theaters near you. Now playing in empty theaters near you. Dude. Oh shit, bro. Worldwide. Dude, now playing at a Hamburglar near you. Oh, isn't that funny, dude? Oh, that shit is funny. I know I should move on, but I'm relishing in this because there's literally, guys, there's like, I don't think there's one image of a packed theater, okay? Not one we're going through, dude. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. It's all the same propaganda, the same images. I think I saw like one picture or one video that showed a theater with like 30 people in it. But literally, if you look at it, right, that's a stock photo. That's a stock photograph. But look at this, guys. Not one, boss. Nothing. There's Melania at the Kennedy Center with a bunch of people that Trump like has in his pocket. Okay. We have exclusive photo of passenger reaction after an airline tried to play the movie in flight. You have people like bouncing out. Oh, the Lord have mercy, dude. But you see that, guys? Not a single video of a packed theater. Not one, dude. It's almost like this movie didn't even happen, bro. Right? I'm serious. I get online and it actually seems like the movie didn't actually play. Dude, he slipped $100 bill in the church basket. Yeah. Dude, yeah. Already forgotten. Oh, that's funny, dude. Dude, that is funny. Hold on, we got to have the companion pick. There it is. Whoopsie. Don Lemon got sentenced to 12 viewings. Oh shit, bro. Yeah, no, that's just it, guys. Dude, Bezos is going to make so much money. Bezos is going to get so many data centers, free electricity. He's going to get a massive tax cut. He's going to get no investigation or inspection, or like if employees complain to the U.S. Labor Board about Bezos for the next 3 years, they're not even going to like return their phone calls, right? It's going to be that type of thing. Like all the wage theft they will engage in. Like, this is going to be crazy. Yeah, he is going to rake billions. Okay, he's going to rake billions, guys. Billions. All right, there she is. There she is. Let's go. Dude, we love Taylor. Although I got to say, dude, Taylor, I wish you would have been a little more vocal during the election, right? But whatevs. We still love you. You're the only billionaire I kind of like, even though I can't stand all billionaires. And we're going to distribute your resources too when we have the revolution. No offense. I love you, Taylor. But we're taking it. We're distributing the resources. You got rid of your Amazon membership? Dude, I wish I could get rid of my Amazon membership, boss. I really do. I wish I could, but I'm like, I'm tied to Twitch and I'm still like tied to Twitch and, I still get paid from Twitch. And now that I'm going to start streaming there again, I'm tied to it. And like, as far as like ordering shit and having it delivered to my kid in New York, like Amazon is like, I'm fucking tied in, man. I love that you can do it. Like, if you can do it and get away with it, I think it's great. I just can't. Unfortunately, I got to take one for the team, right? I'm tied into all of it. But yeah, man. All right. So I did see something about them releasing the names. I don't know if I have time to cover that. I want to look at Prince Andrew here because this shit is crazy, dude. Because we did this. You can do it. No, I can't really do it. I can't. I use it. I use it like when you have somebody that lives across country, it's just something I use. It's the only way I can realistically like provide a necessary service to my young family member in New York City, right? In a way that I can functionally make happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like I'm providing material support to somebody who lives across the country. You're done ordering anything online. I think it's great. And I hope people do. But like, I'm just sort of stuck in a situation where I'm providing for people that like, I can't facilitate the level of service I need for my family without that. And so, I mean, I could do it, but then like, my ability to take care of my family would suffer significantly, and I'm not willing to sacrifice that in a pissing match with Jeff Bezos, right? If it was just me, right, and I was like living here, that would be different, right? It would be different, but, I got to make a judgment call, right? All right, next up, there are alternatives. There are, but there are not any alternatives that I can afford at the moment. You know what I'm saying? Right? They're not. Like, when I get rich, maybe I'll take advantage of the alternatives. But right now, there's not an alternative that I can afford. Right? Especially with Bryce living in New York, which is already it's kind of a stretch. You know what I'm saying? Dude, let's go. And I'm an employee too of Twitch. Like, I'm tied in. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I literally like am paid. Like, I am so tied in, dude. When I get rich, you'll distribute my wealth. Dude, do it. I swear to you, dude, if I become a billionaire, you have my permission to distribute it all. Right? Dude, they're buying the sports games. Oh, yeah. Well, so the thing that's really shitty about it is they're integrating. See, I feel like we're fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as being a streamer, you know what I mean? Is like being a streamer, it's like I'm kind of screwed because there's no ethical way for me to be as a content creator, right? There's no ethical way for me to be a boycotter because I literally, all of my income comes from like 7 of the most toxic corporations on the planet, guys. That's literally like all of my income comes from the worst fucking people on the planet. You know what I mean? Literally, I get paid by TikTok, by Google, by Facebook, Meta, by Amazon, via Twitch. Okay, literally all of my income, and then Twitter, right? All of my income comes from the worst. I mean, if you're a content creator, that's it. You don't have a choice. Dude, I am owned. Guys, I know that I'm your beacon of hope, but I am literally owned, right? Maybe I am owned so you don't have to, right? I literally have all of their hands up my ass, right? I am like the least fucking, I have the least integrity of the whole world just so you guys can boycott all that shit. Like, it's funny, dude. It's fucked up, bro. But I literally, like, I don't have a right to boycott. I am a, like, you know, I mean, I'm not owned by NBC, but I'm owned by every social media. But, you know, I also am free. You know what I'm saying? Because I do make all my own hours and I dictate all my content. I mean, they interrupt me sometimes with their content strikes and community guidelines shit and all that. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, dude, I'm right in there, boss. I am a sellout, dude. I do put it to good use. Okay. I mean, I'm on the platforms. I mean, did I tell you the hymns story or 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀? I think it was hymns, right? It was one of those hair like things, dude. Back when I first had a manager, okay, before I was with Carter Pulse, I was with another company right when I blew up, and that company sent like hymns or 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀. It was one of those two, and these guys advertised to all the gamer boys. It's so sick, guys. Okay, that hymns or 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀 or whatever, the male baldness shit, they exclusively advertise to young gamer boys. That's their like number one market because they're insecure, they're isolated. They like a lot of their influencers are guys that are bald that have like some sort of manhood issues, like, you know, fucking Andrew Tate and these guys. They're literally a lot of those like male influencers. They're like super hairline insecure. They're like manhood insecure. So they advertise to young men trying to make them nervous about you're going to go bald, right? Dude, it's crazy. So they came to me when I blew up, and I can't remember if it was hymns or if it was 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀. I think it may have been 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀, but they came to me and they wanted to do a thing on my gaming channel. And so what I did was I said, okay, I will entertain it, but only if we do this. And so I presented the company with a thing of like, yes, I will take your thing, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an advertisement where I show my own high hairline, and I am going to essentially talk about the uselessness of your product and about how your advertising is actually predatory and that they shouldn't be growing up with this fear of like baldness and feeling like insecure about not having any hair. And if you guys want to go that route and let me do my own messaging about your product, like I will be happy to work with you. Dude, and guess what? They turned it down, okay? They did turn it down. But I made him an offer. I made him a genuine offer that was like, here's how I feel about it. And yeah, I'll work with you, but I'm going to advertise that like this is, you know, is like useless shit. And they did turn it down. And so I lost all respect for them because they should have let me do it. You know what I mean? Dude, that shit is so toxic. Guys, it's like we're in 2025 and we're still, you know, we're still talking about like if you have a high hairline, like you can't have a good life or some shit. Like, come on, bro. Come on, boss. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, what are you doing? Like, come on, right? Minoxidil, shrink your, dude, look at what Jay's over here. Dude, Jackie's saying minoxidil, shrink your pee. Dude, I'm not touching anything that messes with my pee-pee. Okay, let me just tell you, dude. Dude, nothing, dude, the pee-pee, dude, stay away from my pee-pee. All right, not true. Dude, I'm not doing that shit, bro. I mean, we all have to arrive, though, at that. Like, you got to figure out your hair stuff, you know, because it's a lot of pressure, dude. Dude, we all have that hair pressure. But, all right, dude, we're moving to Prince Andrew, guys. Okay? We're moving to Prince Andrew. Hold on, I got to check a YouTube stat. Okay. Okay. All right. We got some videos that are banging. Too risky? Prostate pill can help regrow hair? Dude, I don't want to regrow hair, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. I don't want to regrow hair. Because I'm telling you, like, guys, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, me having grown up with a high hairline and had to, like, solve and navigate that shit when I was younger, it was hard, right? We got, like guys of my generation were, like, real mean to each other about this shit. And so I had to conquer this shit, which started in my 20s when one day I went to my friend Daphne's house and just cut it all off. Okay. I had like pseudo dreads I had been growing, and I went to her house and we just cut it to the skin. I went straight bald, was like, oh shit, I look great. I have nothing to worry about. And I never worried about my hair again after that. I started bleaching it and started, my friend Kim was a hairdresser. We came up with this spiky hairdo that I did all through the rock and roll phase. But I had to arrive at that confidence. But like a lot of people are like, ooh, I'm going to go bald because I don't want to have that in between thing. But like, guys, I like my fucking, George Carlin sort of shit. And what's crazy is if I had a bushy head of hair that went here, I think I would eventually look in the mirror and it would just not look like me. You know what I'm saying? It would not look like me if I had a fucking hairline here, dude. I would be like, dude, where's my face? Like, a lot of my energy is from this crazy, like, Cro-Magnon fucking dome of mine. That's where my energy comes from. It takes the light from the sun. It's like I have solar panels on my fucking forehead that power my mania. And dude, if I had a bunch of hair up there, bro, it just wouldn't be the same, dude. You know what I mean? You know, I need the dome, and I like to wear hats too. So it's the best of both worlds, dude. I get to wear hats, and then I get to take the hat off and be like, I got a golden dome, right? And I got a hat and a dome. Where was my original hairline? So my original hairline was probably like here. It was always pretty high, okay? I mean, if we go back, it was always up there. It's just this part was a little thicker, right? But it was always pretty high. It's probably gone back about maybe an inch. I think it was probably like, it always spiked back, but it probably has gone back about maybe an inch. It's gone back about an inch. But I have like beat the shit out of my fucking hair, guys. I bleached it with 30 and 40 volume bleach like every couple of days for like 12 years, bro. You know? So, I mean, the fact that I have any hair on there at all, like that shit should be gone, dude. Because eventually, because it's really thin, what I learned about thin hair is if you have thin hair, you destroy it. Right? You bleach the shit out of it. You make it like really, really, if you wound it, it performs better. It's easier to style when it's ravaged. If you have thin hair, right? Thin hair that you bleach the shit out of it, it develops a type of thickness from its being destroyed. So then what I did was I spent all my life creating a thick faux hawk hairstyle by ravaging my fucking hair, you know, and you know what I mean? Like I made thickness through like roughing it up, right? You do everything you can to prevent hair loss. Yeah, I really honestly don't worry too much about it. You know, you want to get cute highlights. You always hear about how bad bleaching is. Yeah, it's bad, but I think it depends on the people, right? It depends. I mean, my hair was always really oily. So I found that my hair was oily and thin and floppy. And so I found by bleaching it, it dried it out and it made it like rougher and a little thicker. Like the roughness of it gave it more thickness and body. So my hair was better when I killed it because the oiliness went away and the thickness improved by destroying the hair. you know, and the only price is I would lose some of it over time, you know, but I didn't even lose that much. You know what I'm saying? And it's definitely harder for women. Yeah, it probably is. But, you know, you used to spray Rogaine? Yeah, I have never once used a hair product. Did I have dandruff? No, I never really had dandruff, right? Not that I noticed. No, my dad had really bad dandruff. I've been remarkably lucky with a lot of those ailments. Like there's just a couple things that I never had. I never had like bad breath issues. I never had dandruff issues, and I never had like, you know, like skin conditions like psoriasis and shit like that. I mean, my things were like baked in. I had like the high hairline. I had the tetracycline stained teeth. So I had really stained sort of like rough teeth and a high hairline. But I never had like a lot of, you know, those other sort of issues, you know, mine were more like permanent things, right? Like I had the stained tetracycline teeth. So I had to learn how to smile in a way that like, you know, was like engaging, but like, you know, didn't show too much of the teeth or whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, you find a way, you know, and then what you lack, you develop in personality, right? So, you know, that was my thing is, you know, I didn't have the perfect hairline and I had kind of fucked up teeth. But so what I did was I developed a cool looking hairstyle that matched my personality that was very different than other people. And I developed a really good, charming smile and a laugh that was like super engaging where people didn't even notice my teeth. And then I came up with a fucking personality that like, you know, brought a lot of energy and focus to the fucking table. So then people didn't really like, I felt more attractive than I looked, you know? And I think that's, you know, we have those options, right? Like you get to create your personality. You know what I'm saying? You get to create how you use the tools that are given to you. And that's what I think is really important, right? Is I think we sometimes have this idea that like we look at our tools and are like, man, I wish I had better tools. But I look at it differently. I look at my tools and I'm like, all right, let's see what we can do with these tools. Okay? You know what I'm saying? That's what I think is really where you get into the magic. And you know what they say though, guys? You ready for this? I've heard this said, and knowing people my whole life, I tend to agree with the sentiment I'm about to share with you. But there's a saying that if you took all your like neuroses and your problems and your body issues and everything you have, all the things about you and who you are that you fucking can't stand, and you threw them out on a table, and everybody else that around you took their shit out and threw them on the table, and you looked at everybody's like inner shit, that at the end of it, you would take your own stuff back, right? Once you saw what everybody else is struggling with, you would be like, nah, I'll take mine back, actually. And dude, I believe it. I really believe it that like, you know, I hear about other people's struggles and I'm like, damn, no, dude, I like mine, bro. I'll take mine. Dude, mine, we're good. We good, boss. Dude, there is a saying about that because the problem is we don't really talk about our inner shit. So we tend to think everybody else is like, you know, has like they have better problems than we do, you know? But man, dude, everybody's got some shit, boss, you know? All right. You ready? Dude, the Epstein is trending. The Epstein. Look at this, bro. Look at that. Oh my God, dude. Look at those guys. Look at these guys. Remember this? Look at them with all their binders. You got Prather and Posobiec, Pressler, Liz Wheeler. You got 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫, fucking DC Drano. Who's this fucking clown right here? Dude, who is this guy? Dude, what a bunch of idiots. Remember when they were so adamant about Epstein, and these guys? None of them have said shit about this, guys. None of them. They're not even calling for it anymore. Remember how it was like the most important thing out there? These guys, when they first came, it was like, man, this is all we can think about. And now, dude, none of them, bro. Not a one. They are not like, beep, tick a lock, baby. Dude, clown show. Clown show. All right, last thing, guys. Dude, we're going way over time. I don't even care. We're going over time. Let's look at fucking Andrew, boss. Okay, we got to look at this because I don't know if you saw the video, but I made an amazing, okay? I made an amazing video about Virginia Giuffre. That is up. That is in the Epstein files section. It's really good. It's a tribute to her, okay? This shit is pretty wild though, dude. That there are these pictures of Prince Andrew in the files, guys, okay? That are like of some girl laying on the floor and Prince Andrew is like, what is he doing, bro? Right? He's looking up at the camera. I mean, I don't think this is a CPR class, okay? This is a little strange, right? Is she passed out? Is she even awake? He is totally not sweating. Oh, that's right. Dude, you know when Virginia Giuffre sued him in civil court, they wanted him to submit to DNA testing, right? They wanted him to submit to medical testing to find out if he had the non-sweating issue, okay? And of course he refused and they settled this shit out of court. But isn't that crazy? You bet he's sweating this morning? Dude, he's been sweating for a while. But this is just weird, man. Okay? This is weird. Yeah, I was trying to figure out where this is, okay? Because this looks, you know, if you look back here, you know where it looks like, guys? It looks like this photo. Hold on, let me find this one of, let me see if I can find it on here. Let me see this photo. Hold on. Give me 1 sec here. I'm going to take this off screen because I don't want to, I don't want to like grab the wrong thing, but there's one room in his New York City mansion. Okay. Now we've not seen the floor in this room, but right here, dude, it's this one. Okay. Right here. Give me 1 sec. I'm finding the right photo, dude. Because what I was trying to figure out when I looked at this, the first thing I was trying to do was I was trying to figure out where was this photo, okay? And the thing that it reminded me of is I thought the photo was in this room, okay? Because if you look, there's like, it looks like there's a doorway and there's dark wood trim, and there's dark wood like wainscoting or something with the fucking yellow. And this room like has the door with the dark wood, and there's dark wood wainscoting. Like if this couch was moved, right, you would see the wainscoting, right? And there, you know what I'm saying? But we don't see the floor, but there could be a table there. But the first thing I thought was maybe it was in this room. I mean, if you look down here, it looks like maybe there's a yellow floor. You know, I mean, if we pull this up, maybe there is a, like that sort of floor down there. It's hard to see. But, you know, I first thought, is this in New York City? Is this in, you know, trying to figure out where this thing is? You know what I mean? But like, this is bare feet on the flag. Yeah, that's funny. I don't know what the story is behind this, but it's possible that it's not. I'm not sure that matches up. But the first thing I saw was the dark wood and the dark wood that made me think they were in this room. This is a very, he's had a lot of photos in this particular room, right? And check out the chairs in both. Oh yeah, dude. I didn't even notice that. There's the leopard print chairs. It looks like those are the leopard print chairs. There you go. Same chairs. So I think it is the same room, right? It is pretty gaudy. I mean, this is one of the things that I noticed, guys, that was really strange. I know the floor behind the chairs looks the same. Well, yeah, different tablecloth. But one of the things I noticed about Epstein is his house was like so gaudy. Okay, this guy had like the biggest, most expensive private house in all of Manhattan. And this house was like the gaudiest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, dude. It was the worst taste, horrible decor, tacky, like old, run down looking, really ugly, clashing colors. Not even like high society shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? It was like, and same in Palm Beach, dude. His Palm Beach mansion was the same shit, guys. Okay, that Palm Beach mansion was the same gaudy, tacky ass shit. But dude, what is Prince Andrew doing here, guys? Okay, like what is he doing? We got multiple pictures here. Okay, and yeah, dude, there it is. That is definitely the fucking same room, boss. I think that definitely looks like the same room. It looks like there's dark lines though or something behind it, right? You know, I mean, or like something, right? Maybe, you know, I mean, you can kind of see the dark lines. Maybe it's like an angle thing or whatever. But like, what is he doing, bro? Right? There's more of the dark wood. Yeah, dude, this is definitely that room. You can see it. But like, he's got his hands on this person. And the person, though, we're not sure if they're conscious, right? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, their hand is up here, okay? Their hand is up in the photo. Like that image has their hand up. So the person is conscious, I think, or hammered. Were they conscious? Something about this is not exactly adding up, but this is a little, I don't know. It's a little strange as to what's going on, right? I think she's dead. Dude, like, you have to wonder what is going on, right? Yeah, like it is a kind of thing where you think of like under what circumstances, okay? If we're looking at this, guys, under what circumstances in our life would we be taking a photo like this with our hand on a human body like this and then looking up at the camera? If you're taking a CPR class, you might, right? If you're, you know, like if the woman was pregnant and you were doing some type of Lamaze, or you were her breath coach, she might be laying on her back. If you're a yoga instructor or doing Pilates or some type of fitness thing. But yeah, no, her hand is up in this one, okay? And in this one, her hand is down. And he looks like a little, I don't know, he looks a little unshowered, doesn't he? Doesn't he look a little like unkempt? You know, he's definitely sweaty. Absolutely. He is unkempt. They're on the floor but the door is open. Okay? He's barefoot in jeans, but like the door is open. So they're not like hidden. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. There's just something about this whole thing that you got to wonder what is the backstory behind this picture? Okay. And, you know, I think the thing that makes it a little more suspect too is the fact that this is a guy who was very much in denial about his entire relationship with Jeffrey Epstein to begin with. Like, this guy's sort of operative, you know, this guy's operative messaging around Epstein from the beginning, all the way back to the Virginia Giuffre photo. Okay, let me pull it up, dude. We're gonna pull up the big one here because I think this is important. Okay, is we had the original photo right here, which is Ghislaine Maxwell's flat in London, Virginia Giuffre, Prince Andrew. He's real familiar with the hand on the midriff. Jeffrey Epstein is taking the photo. You see the flash, like flashing in the window. They're at Ghislaine's place. And he said this photo was fake. Okay, now we know this photo is real because a journalist took a photograph of both sides of this photo. Okay, so this photo has been seen. It was given to someone, I believe, in the Mirror or the Daily Mail, one of the tabloids, the English tabloids. But a journalist did take a photo of this, but he denied this shit. Okay, yeah, he's way younger. Okay, he is way younger. He denied this. He said, dude, I don't really know Epstein. I don't hang out with the guy. I only see him at like social gatherings. Okay, but look at how young he is here. But like, look at how old he is here, guys. He's way older. He's in Epstein's house. He's barefoot. He's touching some random girl. I mean, he's familiar. Okay, dude, homie is familiar. Many social events later, I just woke up one day barefoot in his New York mansion with a strange girl on the floor. And yeah, dude, he's old. He is significantly older, dude. Dude, this photo, wait, sorry. Where is it? This photo right here is like 2001, okay? This photo is like, I don't know when this photo is. Is that 2016? 2018? I mean, this seems like this is a significant aging, boss. Significant aging. I mean, his girth alone has gotten way bigger, okay? Those look like men's feet on the flag. Yeah, no, I think that is probably a dude. I don't think those are women's feet. Is he alive? Who, Andrew? Yeah, no, he's alive. He's alive. He is, Ghislaine's feet could be Ghislaine. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell who the feet are. I mean, there's a bigger photo. I think that's a dude. If I look at those feet, I don't think those feet are men's feet or women's feet. I think that might be Epstein. And, right, I think that could be Epstein and, right, or it could be Epstein, it could be Jean-Luc Brunel. I mean, we don't know who there's guys are. Those are Ghislaine's feet. I don't think those are Ghislaine's feet, boss. I mean, I did save a photograph here. Hold on. I downloaded one of these. Here, let's save this one. Let's open it up in the thing and try to zoom in on there. I mean, I don't think those are women's feet, boss. Okay? I mean, you look at him. We do have a photograph of Epstein's feet. Hold on. I got one, guys. I've got a photo of Epstein's feet. A fairly close one. I know you're like, what is he doing, dude? Why does he have a photo of Epstein's feet? It was from the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Okay? Here it is. This is from her trial. This is one of Epstein's feet right there. And look, he often wore these like black cargo pants sort of things, right? I realize there's a lot of Ghislaine in this one too. You know, you're maybe not looking at the feet exactly, but he did wear those black cargo pants sort of things. That does sort of look like it would be his feet, you know, and the same type of pants, right? I realized there was a little Ghislaine in there. Dude, Ghislaine was like, she was, you know, she was Ghislaining, okay? Right? I mean, it does look, and in all possibility, like, you know, it's possible that this is either Maxwell took the photo or one of the girls took the photo. Because remember, there were always girls, you know, there were always girls in the vicinity. But, I mean, if I were to bet, I think those are some Epstein feet, okay? Those are, like, feel like Epstein feet. Dude, look at him, dude. Dude, what a schmarm, bro. This guy is such a smarmer, bro. Right? But, yeah, that would be my best guess. She did not have dainty feet. I don't know. I can neither speak nor, I can neither confirm nor deny. Were girls allowed to take photos? So the girls... they normally didn't take photos of each other or themselves, okay? But so yeah, it could be Ghislaine, could be, I mean, these feet maybe are somebody else's. It could be Jean-Luc Brunel. I mean, I'm guessing maybe it's Ghislaine taking the photo or there was another guy. I mean, surprisingly though, guys, they did take a lot of photos. They did. Like, really, when you think about it, there were a lot of photos. The thing, though, about the photos, guys, the thing about the photos is it's not that girls weren't allowed to take photos. The thing about the photos was they only really had access to the camera when Epstein would bring out the camera. And so that's what it was, is Epstein would bring out cameras and be like, we're taking photos. And then they would take photos. And so it was kind of a navigated and directed and approved thing. It was, they weren't allowed to have a camera and they weren't allowed to, like, they didn't have access to telephones and shit like that. But then Epstein would bring out the camera and it was like, now we're all taking photos. And that's where a lot of the Epstein girl photos came from, because they did, if you look at the girls, if you just Google girls on Epstein Island, okay, there are a number of photos that were taking place on Epstein Island in the various, you know, spots on the island. He would have the camera broken out and they would snap photos. You know, there are photos where they would take pictures of Sarah Kellen, or they would take pictures of, you know, people that were at the island. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was directed. It was only when Epstein said, now it's time to, like, take photos, you know? And so it was very controlled. But surprisingly, I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I'm surprised at the number of photos that they did take, especially when it's shit like this, where it's like, you know, Ghislaine and Jean-Luc Brunel at the island. I mean, they really, you know, you would have expected them to leave way less of a paper trail. But I think, though, if you listen to a lot of the survivors, they do talk about how he was very much about, you know, trophies, okay? He was very much a trophy kind of guy, as are all of these dudes, okay? All of these sort of sociopathic people, these kind of like controller people, they do like to have trophies because they like to think about the memories. And, you know, he had a room in his Palm Beach mansion. Okay. This is very well known that Epstein had a room in his Palm Beach mansion that was literally just filled with photographs of every girl. Like every time a girl would come over and give him a massage, every single girl that went through those mansions or those spaces, Ghislaine Maxwell or Sarah Kellen or Nadia Marcinkova or Adriana Ross, one of the major like lieutenant girls, would take them outside by the pool and they would take photos of them like, you know, disrobed, right? And they did that with all of them like multiple times. And so he had a collection of just like thousands of photos of all of these different girls. You know, it was a compulsion for him, you know. But so, yeah, there's just a lot more photographs that like than you would expect. And like, here's another one that is in that same room, guys, with him and some of these girls. Okay. This feels like it's the same room, right? That, you know, maybe a different side of this room, but right. But there he is with, you know, multiple young women. Okay. And, you know, so this is pretty bizarre, guys. It's pretty weird shit going on here. He was absolutely cataloging them. The FBI should be on its way to arrest. Yeah, but so, guys, the thing about this that is unnerving, and I'm going to end with this. I'm going to go make some videos, okay? But the thing that's unnerving about this that I recently came to, okay, that recently where I ran into, you know, what I guess is my sort of trying to establish, like, how did he get away with this? How did he get away with so much of this? Because we know that when they first raided him in Palm Beach, that computers had disappeared, and they did find a safe in New York that they broke open, but there was just he had a lot of cameras and a lot of shit that a lot of stuff feels unaccounted for. And guys, what I think, sorry, I'm just getting rid of that person. I don't know what that person is doing. Like, they weren't making any sense. They were just looking for love in all the wrong places. But guys, I really think it comes down to this place. This is my new obsession, guys. Okay? This is my new obsession right here. Okay? New Mexico. Zorro Ranch. All right? It was an isolated ranch. It had a helipad back here. He flew people in by helicopter. This is where Annie and Maria Farmer were brought to. Many of the women that have gone to Zorro, whether they're the people that some people think are unreliable, like Juliette Bryant or Annie and Maria Farmer or Sarah Ransom, people have been talking about Zorro Ranch and how underneath it are huge rooms. There's like very big rooms under there. Supposedly, like the rooms the size of a house that were filled with surveillance equipment. Like filled with it. Okay? Filled with surveillance equipment. And yes, he had some crazy ideas about wanting to breed women en masse. And so people have talked about medical facilities, but you ready for this, guys? It is isolated and it's well guarded. It's like armed guarded. Okay. Well, so here's what happened, guys. So even though there were events, they prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell with testimony from Annie and Maria Farmer about being abused here at Zorro Ranch. So this ranch was a prime piece in the testimony that convicted Ghislaine. It never got searched, guys. Never. No police entity, whether the FBI, the local police, the fucking no law enforcement entity, sheriffs, no nothing, has ever searched this property. They never searched it. The local, like, police tried to search it during Trump's first term, okay? And then the FBI said, no, we're taking over the investigation. We got this. They never searched it. They tried to go visit it, and it was like the armed guards thwarted them and warded them off, okay? And then it sat dormant until 2023 when it got transferred to a trust and it got sold to unidentified owners. So this thing, any computers that disappeared from Palm Beach, any fucking video or whatever that disappeared from his New York mansion, all of it likely ended up here and may very well still be there. But yeah, no, this is cartel shit. This thing was armed guard. This thing has been an impenetrable fortress. You see the pictures with like multiple big fucking Ford, whatever, F-350 trucks. And it has, even though it is literally like was one of the locations of the attacks that got Ghislaine Maxwell convicted, they never searched this property ever. Dude, what is that? They searched Paris. They searched New York, they searched Palm Beach, but they never searched this. That's crazy to me, guys. That is absolutely crazy to me. That, like, you know? And yeah, dude, it is like out in the open. Like Zorro Ranch, like, let's see. How far is Zorro Ranch? Right? So it is 30 miles from Santa Fe, 30 miles from the city. Let's see how far it is from the nearest incorporated area, nearest like town or like in village area. 30 miles from a city. I don't want to go there. Hold on. Let me get that. I don't want to fucking... I don't want to go there. I want to see, it is, so it's 35 miles from Santa Fe. Okay. It's near the community of Stanley. Okay. Let me see. So the closest community is Stanley, an unincorporated area. So it's 50 miles from an isolated resort town, 35 miles from Santa Fe. Let me see here. How far is Zorro Ranch from Stanley? And it is 9 miles from Stanley. Okay, that's the closest area. And the Stanley population is Stanley. Oh my God, dude. Jesus, bro. So look at that. So if we look at Zorro Ranch, okay, Zorro Ranch is 9 miles from Stanley. That's the nearest unincorporated area. The population of Stanley is 108 people. So 9 miles away, there's a tiny little hamlet that has 100 people. And then it's 50 miles from an isolated resort town and 35 miles from Santa Fe. And so it's like nowhere, dude. It is like nowhere. It is out in the boons. And you ready for this, guys? And I want to point this out because I want to point out the helipad, okay? And here's why I want to point out the helipad. Because we saw that tweet from Lutnick, okay? Let me pull up the Lutnick tweet, guys. Okay? Or the email, right? Where Lutnick's email here where he said, we'll send a heli. Okay? Let me find the one where he says he'll send a heli. Right? I mean, you know the email that I'm talking about where he says, I'll send a heli, right? Let me see. Or maybe it was for Elon. Was it for Elon? It may have been Elon. Yeah, right here. It was Elon. Okay? I'll send a heli, okay, a helicopter to pick him up for the island. And here they have a helicopter. Now, why am I mentioning this, guys? Well, two things. One, yeah, Ghislaine flew a helicopter, but guys, the helicopters, they don't keep flight logs, okay? Airplanes have tail numbers, and airplanes are registered. Every private plane, they have flight logs. You can't move a plane without filling out a flight log. Helicopters don't have logs, guys. They have no logs. You can go out and pile into a helicopter with whomever you want, and you can hop in that fucking thing and fly anywhere in the country. And even if you land at a fucking, major airport, you might have to like do a snafu. But if you're landing on helipads, at ranches, at farms, at estates, there's no logs, guys. There is nothing. They don't have to land at airports. You can have a helipad in anywhere. You know what I'm saying? And so that is why they use helicopters, guys. That's why there are so many people who went to the island, guys, in Little St. James, okay? Because helicopters can fly without filling out logs. If you fly at an airport, you fill out a log, okay? If you go airport to airport, you're going to fill out a log. But if you go like private helipad to private helipad, there's no log to fill out, okay? Whereas with an airplane, a Learjet, you have to land in an airport. You're not landing a Learjet on a grassy fucking knoll out in the middle of the thing. So that's the thing why this shit is so crazy, because everybody went here. They just helied in from probably another fucking private heliport somewhere. They landed in, who knows, right? Maybe they landed in Albuquerque, right? You know what I'm saying? How is the FAA? I don't know. I don't know like how this passes, how they do private shit. But, I don't know why they're like that. I think because helicopters are like not, they're not run by towers necessarily, okay? Helicopters are like, I've flown with helicopters. We flew in one to film shit, okay? They're like considered recreational vehicles. You know what I mean? They are like, there's like a recreational exemption or something. And they only become like, they're only identified when they're using, they still use airspace and shit, but there is some type of thing where helicopters are considered like recreational vehicles or something, and yeah, dude, there's just ways of getting around like helicopters. I'm not saying that it's like this crazy free for all, but helicopters are a way of moving people in and out of private airspaces like this without any manifest, because they don't keep like permanent records. And so like so many people went here, and so many people like had a yacht in St. Bart's, and then they went to got on a helicopter somewhere, and that helicopter went to Little St. James. Okay. And that shit was not necessarily tracked. Okay. That is, you can, let me just tell you what we did. You ready? So about 15 years ago, a friend of mine made a short film, and there are a bunch of like small, like non-commercial helicopters, privately owned helicopters that were at a little grassy, whatever, helicopter landing site out in 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶. And so we paid a guy to go up in a helicopter with a camera, and he went up in the air and followed a car down a highway for like 10 miles, and we filmed helicopter shots, and he fucking drove down, and we filmed side shots, and then he flew us back to 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶 and dropped us off. And we did that for like $200, and we filed nothing. Okay, we showed up in a grassy fucking like whatever, a grassy like a place where you'd park a car during a concert, and we gave him $200 in cash. We got in a helicopter, we flew around for like 4 hours filming a car, And then he dropped us off and it was like, smell ya. And nothing. There was no, right? Nothing, dude. Because if it's not a commercial helicopter, you can just fly, right? People can just fly them. Like pilots fly helicopters like for joy. They're like recreational vehicles, you know? It's really bizarre, dude. It's not special. It's called Class G airspace. All right. But yeah, I mean, that's the loophole though. They're hobby craft. Absolutely. Like gliders, you know? Right? It's the airspace I was in, dude. All right. But I'm just saying, like, you know, these helipads, people flew in and flew out. A lot of people visited these space, okay? Right? A lot of people flew in and flew out of these spaces without us knowing, guys. And you know, the helicopter is the route. And this place never got searched. All right? That being said, I'm bouncing, okay? These guys, like, you know, travel without, let's ask the AI, how do helicopters fly? Let's see what the AI says. It says, you ready? It says, all right, helicopters can fly people to private helipads without formal manifest, primarily by operating under FAA Part 91 regulations, which govern non-commercial private flights. Unlike commercial airlines or charter services, private flights have significantly fewer requirements for record keeping and passenger documentation. Okay? Private helicopter travel is conducted under Part 91, so they have for domestic non-commercial flights, there is no FAA requirement for a pilot to file a passenger manifest. The owner or pilot is solely responsible for the safety and operation of the aircraft. Okay? Commercial operators have to check IDs and maintain commercial records. So as long as it's a privately owned, right? As long as it's a privately owned helicopter, okay? And they can also avoid paper trails by visual flying outside of controlled airspace. That's the Class G that Raptor was talking about. And they're not required to contact air traffic control or file a flight plan, okay? And private helipads on estates like Zorro Ranch are typically non-towered in uncontrolled airspace that can land and depart without communicating with any central authority. Isn't that crazy? And transponders are required in busy airspaces. Helicopters flying at low altitudes in remote areas may not even be visible to radar. Isn't that wild, guys? So there you go. There we have it, guys. Dude, I think this is why when you see this shit about Elon Musk, I will send a heli for you guys. This is what it means, guys. Okay? It's like it means he's going to get Elon to the island without Elon being on any manifest. Okay? And so that's why when they're at St. Bart's or they're in St. Thomas or whatever, it's like, dude, the flight logs are nothing, okay? Because there were helicopters. Now, they weren't helicoptering people in at Palm Beach. Palm Beach was a little more complicated because Palm Beach, he didn't have a helipad. He was in an urban area, right? But when you think about Zorro Ranch and when you think about the island in particular, Little St. James, sending the heli for people was how they would land. They would be in St. Bart's. They would be in St. Thomas. They would be. And then, guys, remember what happened too, guys. Eventually, he bought an island that was next door. So now he even had a jumping off place. Somebody could take a boat to that island next door and hop on a helicopter and fly over to little fucking St. James. And then there's no even record that the boat, they never even went there. They went to the neighboring island, to whatever resort was on there. like this whole thing, dude, like we don't know the half of this shit, guys. Okay? We don't know the half. All right? We don't. I'm telling you, man. And I don't know, dude, maybe I'm going to take a road trip to Zorro Ranch. I don't know. I don't want to get myself killed. But I do know that I think some officials in New Mexico are trying to like go and look at Zorro Ranch. They realize we got to go check this place out. We got to go look at some forensic shit, you know? But yeah, man. All right. Time though, guys. It is time. It is time to make some videos. Time to get the vids made, boss. All right, time for edit mode. Oh, time to stretch. Dude, I'm telling you, I think that Zorro Ranch and I think the helicopter flight is like I don't know what's ever gonna come of that. And I don't know. And again, like you said, I think Ghislaine was a helicopter pilot. There are a lot of people that are helicopter pilots. Like there are so many people, like a lot of rich dudes are like helicopter pilots because they can have a private aircraft that are relatively cheap compared to planes. And you can have small ones and it provides a level of anonymity, you know, and a level of access that like it's pretty, you know, I think that some of the secrets we have in this Epstein shit are tied into that, boss. I'm serious. Oh. All right, you guys ready for a little deja vu? Oh. Most of the evidence has been destroyed or removed. Yeah, no, I know. I'm sure the evidence has been destroyed or removed, but there still is forensic, right? There is still forensic things to be gained. Even if shit's been moved and destroyed, certainly. But there can be corroborations to other witnesses' accounts. There's certainly, like, sometimes you get in there and there's forensic evidence. There's always something unpredictable, you know? Even if it's just corroborating other witnesses' accounts that will lead to other things, you know. But yeah, that's one of the things, though, they did. Like, they destroyed the Palm Beach mansion, guys. Somebody bought it and just demolished it. So it's gone, okay? And so I think they have to get into Zorro Ranch before Zorro Ranch is gone, you know. But you know, I don't know, you know. You never know. You never know what's going on, boss. Dude, let's go. Going to Zorro? Dude, we're going to look into all of this, guys. Just so you know, get ready. We're going to do a little Epstein for the next 2 years, boss. We're not going to let this shit go away, all right? Again, Jenny is downloading all of those files. I made a vow that over the next 2 years, I'm going to look at every single piece of evidence that's in there. I'm looking at every piece, dude. I'm going to take it in and see if I discover something, you know, because I know everybody like looks at this shit and ingests different things. And you never know if you're going to see the thing that breaks the whole, like, you know, that opens the whole thing up. I mean, you literally don't know. There's so many millions of documents that like you could see something with fresh eyes and make a connection that like breaks open the whole next level of this case. I mean, you know, the helicopter shit is definitely something that really hit me. This Zorro Ranch, I'm telling you, it really hit me, guys. And it was weird too, because I had a general distrust of Juliette Bryant because of the shapeshifter thing. And I knew she was involved, but then I researched her. And then I found out she worked with the attorney David Boies, who is somebody that worked with Virginia Giuffre, and he's very well known. And so then I realized she was definitely, traumatized by Epstein. So she wasn't lying. And then I saw her talk about the Zorro Ranch. And that's when I started looking into Zorro Ranch. And that's when I found out that it never got searched. And that's when I found out that it was connected to some of his other insane ego-driven ideas, which all of these predator guys have these insane whacked out, like I'm going to repopulate the world or I'm going to be cryogenically frozen. Like they always have something that is like way out there, okay? And so then I'm starting to think that the Zorro Ranch piece is really a part of the puzzle that contains all the information in this next realm that that has to be opened up, whatever was there, you know what I mean? There's something to this, and so we're gonna look into it and we'll see what happens. Dude, yeah, no, it was not searched by anybody. The state, local sheriffs and state tried to look at it. The FBI said, no, stand down, we got this. And then nobody looked at it. All right. But now we're going to dance. You ready? Let's go, baby. Let's get into it. Time for a little deja vu. Come on. Oh. Let's go. Oh shit, bro. Get that heart rate up. Heart rate up. My venom lowers. Time to get to know myself. I'm not worthy. I'm caught up in this perfection. Pay attention. You never will. You depend. So you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. Thank you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. All right? Be good to yourselves. I know we got a long way to go. There's a lot of fascism whose ass we still need to kick, guys. All right? Nobody ever said it was going to be easy, but we are in it to win it. I appreciate the support, the love. I will see you tomorrow, guys. Good night. Thank you. I just want to be free. See you tomorrow! I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together.